clever mind.
Oh, baby!
Hello, and welcome to the Kongversation. I'm Hyle Russell.
And I am Pyrrhic Kong. Pleasure to be back, my friend.
Welcome back to the show. You prefer Pier, right?
Yeah, just as the shorthand.
Okay, welcome back to the show, Pier.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, you were first on the Kongversation last year to discuss Donkey Kong Bananza's Groove Layer with me.
That's true.
And, of course, when you were on, we had our big spoiler policy in place. So if you want to shout K. Rool's name like 3 times now, feel free.
What, like Beetlejuice and he'll appear?
Yeah,
I did try that. Hang on.
Okay.
Oh my god!
Yeah, he just shows up.
He stole all of my bananas.
He shows wedged up in your nearest hole. And it's like, oh, okay. I didn't know that was what was clogging my drains. No, you were on to discuss Groove Layer with me, and I was thinking, you reached out to me with the pitch for this episode a couple of months back, and I was like, I'm busy now. I have to talk about the Alarmo. I have to talk about DK Challenge. I can't possibly entertain any other notions. But then when things started to quiet down and I reached back out to you, I was thinking about the last time you were on and how apropos it kind of was that this is your second episode of the Kongversation where we're going to be discussing the topic at hand today. Because back when I was playing Groove Layer, back when I was first trying to beat Donkey Kong Bananza, it was in Groove Layer, sublayer 1300, that I began to notice how well the new design of Donkey Kong, his new tweaked brow and whatnot, how well it was accommodating how the creators wanted him to be depicted. Like, all of these ways and attempts at trying to shoehorn Donkey Kong into various roles over the last 32 years or so. It's never been entirely successful in my mind. And I'm coming at this as an aged Donkey Kong Country fan from the 1990s, an elder millennial, as they now call them. But my version of Donkey Kong is its own very precise thing from that era. But here I was playing Donkey Kong Bananza, this new Donkey Kong game developed by Nintendo EPD, and I was completely buying into this being the same fictional guy I fictitiously befriended back in 1994. And that's with all of the years of arguments with other fans, both older and younger than me, over what Donkey Kong really was and what he really represented. And it was Groove Layer that was that narrative turning point in the game where, of course, spoilers, Donkey Kong was separated from Pauline.
No.
And, it was sad. And
yes, it ain't so.
Yeah. That showed us just how much Donkey Kong actually does care about this child who was just kind of inadvertently entrusted to him through happenstance. And given the long history of Bananza's development and the attempts that we know were made prior to Bananza officially beginning development under Nintendo EPD, I kept thinking back to what we learned about the short development of the Donkey Kong project over at Vicarious Visions. And something that has kind of just lived in my head rent-free, or has rather been wedged in the hole in my skull like a corpulent crocodile monarch. It's been this edict that Nintendo supposedly laid down to Vicarious Visions. Because Vicarious Visions had all of these ideas about Donkey Kong being like this ecological hero, like restoring the river to the jungle that's been dammed by this unspecified enemy faction.
No, of course, we grew up in the Captain Planet generation, so
Yeah.
seeing Donkey Kong from the 90s, we can't possibly separate the ideas.
Right. No, Donkey Kong is a champion of nature. But one of the things that Nintendo said was, hold on. Donkey Kong shouldn't do anything heroic without having an ulterior motive or something that he can personally gain from doing the right thing. And when I learned that, when I was told that, and that's what they told the team at Vicarious Visions, I was like, oh, that's so wrong. I'm glad that game didn't happen. Phew, dodged a bullet there.
No, I agree. It soured me on the idea of it as well. I don't see, like, Donkey Kong going up and they being, Donkey Kong, I'm going to drop this baby into a ravine. And Donkey Kong going, ruh-ruh. And then going, would you save him for a banana? Would you save him for 2 bananas? Yeah.
Would you save a baby for a Klondike bar? Bananza does do a bit of that, I suppose. It kind of gives players the choice about what to project onto Donkey Kong himself. Like, are you doing this for Pauline? Are you doing this just for bananas? Because that is something that does drive Donkey Kong throughout Bananza, is his love of bananas and Banandium gems. But there's always that dialogue option. If you want to prioritize Pauline's well-being over Donkey Kong's materialistic greed, you have that choice. And there's also just enough in the adventure, especially starting around Groove Layer, where you can plainly say, hey, this is a caring, empathetic dude. He's not just a selfish asshole, as he has occasionally been depicted over the last 3 decades. And then you reached out to me, Pierre, and you said, hey, I've got this idea for a video, but I've already done like a dozen videos on this topic already. And I'm not sure just adding the context of, hey, we have Donkey Kong Bananza now to the subject matter would warrant doing a whole new video on it. How about a Kongversation episode?
Mm-hmm.
And
it was a pleasure to do so. Like, any excuse I have to talk about Donkey Kong, I will take. But I can only bring Donkey Kong to show and tell so many times. Unfortunately, you've made your own show and tell show about Donkey Kong, so I went, oh?
It's okay to talk about Donkey Kong at show and tell when you've just founded Kong College, yeah. So I was thinking, that would be a fun topic to do once the Nintendo Direct and various Stinky Ape Summer stuff kind of winds down a little bit. I've cleared the DK challenge now, so I don't have that hanging over my head anymore. But yeah, the question is, in light of Donkey Kong Bonanza, just who is Donkey Kong? I mean, he's a fictional gorilla that's the star of a titular video game series, yes, but who is Donkey Kong from a character standpoint and a gameplay standpoint? Because Mario, everybody knows Mario. It's pretty succinct. Mario is the jumping Italian man, and he likes power-ups, and he breaks bricks with his fist and sometimes his head. That's Mario. Sonic.
Yeah, you can summarize Mario with sound effects. If you go like bing bing wahoo, you're like, oh, that's Mario.
That's Mario. Sonic, he's the fast one. He's a hedgehog that goes fast. He runs up the loop-de-loops. People like him.
Yeah.
But who is Donkey Kong, really? What does Donkey Kong mean to both Donkey Kong's fandom playing the games, and now his fandom making the games? Just what is this guy about? What is the gameplay that he brings to his various appearances? What can we all agree on as far as Donkey Kong goes? That's a pretty scintillating topic. That could get pretty heated. Let's do that. So, on this episode of The Kongversation, we are going to ask the question, what makes Donkey Kong feel like Donkey Kong? And the answer isn't hair, for the record.
Oh, yeah, it's pectorals.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you touch him at a various part of his body, you might get hair, you might get ticks, perhaps.
No, I think he's well groomed. I think like either by his choice or by Candy's choice.
Well, we see Dixie groom him in Tropical Freeze, so...
he was blown to another island. Like, give the man some credit. He just took a very long flight. He hasn't taken the shower. He's not, like, properly... He doesn't have his amenities. He doesn't have his banana deodorant.
Yeah, I'm sure all the various ticks and what have you in Lost Mangroves would have really piled up, too. So, yeah, we'll talk about Donkey Kong. Muscular gorilla with the big teeth. On this episode of The Kongversation. Imagine that, talking about Donkey Kong on The Kongversation. It's never been done.
Insane stretch for you.
All right, before we get into it, I want to say hello to the patrons who have joined us in our live stream. So for our $5 plus patrons who support DK Vine and independent Donkey Kong journalism and Donkey Kong history keeping, Donkey Kong scholarship. For those patrons, we live stream these episodes of The Kongversation to them so they can sit in with us, so they can hear us fumble with our words and not be as on the ball as we sometimes seem to be in the edited version of the podcast. It's really humiliating, but that's my kink, so I welcome it. Hello to, Dustin, you just work for the site. What are you doing here? Courtney's here, March Rose is here, Just Andre is here, TJ is here. Joined us on this lovely weekday afternoon. Thank you. If you would like to join us on a similar weekday afternoon, or sometimes weekday night, or sometimes we do these on weekends, think about becoming a DK Vine patron at patreon.com/DKVine, or the old switcheroo, dkvine.com/Patreon. Now, Pierre. Yeah, Pierre here. You are, of course, someone with a well-regarded YouTube channel.
Well-regarded is a very nice stretch word. Thank you.
It is well-regarded. It certainly has more esteem than my little Ramshunkle. Ramshunkle? What?
Dude, Ramshunkle. That's my favorite Pokemon, Ramshunkle.
Oh, no, that was a scrapped Donkey Kong Land animal buddy, mind you. No, my little ramshackle. I was thinking rambunctious is my problem. I'm always thinking about Rambunctious, the famed scrapped animal buddy from Donkey Kong Land. But my operation is pretty much in a tin shed out in the woods, and you have a sprawling palatial estate compared to DK Vine. Designing 4 is your channel. You do some really insightful videos on much more than just Donkey Kong, although you've done terrific videos on Donkey Kong as well. What do you got in the works right now?
Thank you. Yeah, Designing 4 is continuing. It's on more of a seasonal schedule where I'll get a batch of like 2 or 3 episodes out, and they'll have like some vague theme. Last one I did was on various video game rivals. So we covered, Gilgamesh from the Final Fantasy series, Wolf O'Donnell and the entirety of Star Wolf from the Star Fox franchise, and then a little bit of internet culture and humor with the run that L Block had in the Game FAQ's 2007 character battle, which was a very fun one. But I'm also expanding on the sort of dead time that Designing 4 has while I'm making these longer form episodes. So I'm streaming as Pyrrhic Kong on Twitch every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So if you want to hang out, talk, riff, learn that I am far less eloquent and far more crass than any sort of pitiful implications that my videos would provide, you'll have that as an option. And then I also do the Kong Quest podcast with my buddy Tarvold first Sunday of every month, where it's basically like if a book club was a game of penis chicken, wherein we try to get each other to force each other to do recommendations based on various menial tasks, while also talking about the video games that we played. So we're covering the Panzer Dragoon games, including Panzer Dragoon Saga, coming up. So that has been fun.
I understood Wolf O'Donnell in all of that, I was like, oh, I know that. I did the Leonardo DiCaprio pointing meme.
Oh, good. I thought that would be the point that you would get. I wanted to make sure that there was like a little nugget in there just for you.
I appreciate it because, the game I pretty much played, aside from other DKU games and adjacent games over the last year, is Donkey Kong Bonanza. 335 hours on the clock right now, and I just finished my last Emerald Rush round, difficulty 7 Tempest Layer last night. So now I'm really starting to kind of wind down Bonanza aside from the remaining events, and maybe, who knows, maybe we'll get another year of DLC out of this game, aside from the events repeating themselves, hopefully starting before too long. But yeah, I am I guess you could classify me as a gamer because I don't like to be exclusionist even to myself. But the truth of the matter, Pierre, is for as much as DK Vine Kongversation Hyle is sort of a gimmick in pro wrestling parlance, sort of like I'm sort of like putting on my extremism. The fact of the matter is I really only play DKU titles, and when I'm not, I want nothing to do with video games because that's my job, and I desperately don't want this to become my entire life. So if you have broader interest than what my little podcast can provide you, please check out what Pierre is doing.
No, please. What you do is, first of all, an incredible service to the Donkey Kong community, but second off, it's so refreshing and enjoyable to have this level of coverage for something that I sincerely love. Like, as much as I am putting on the almost gold dustian gimmick of loving Donkey Kong to an absurdist degree, the truth of the matter is, no, I kind of love Donkey Kong. And the rest of this, whilst I do love video games in their entirety, and, well, let me preface that. I love video game. The concept of video games and the industry, kinda poopy. But video game, as an idea, love video game.
I'm the same way. Like, technology. Yeah, I kind of like technology. Makes our life easier. Batteries are good. You could use an electric shaver sometimes when you're lazy. Love it.
That's true. That's great. It's better for a trim.
Yeah, but then when you look at like the tech industry and the oligarchs, and I'm like, oh no, thank you.
Not great. I would never let them trim me, except for all the money that they trim off of me every day.
Yeah, no, it's true. So yeah, I understand like video games as an industry, as a like force right now, kind of gross, kind of disgusting. I don't have any issues with like the creatives, really. It's the money people, the ones actually doling out the resources. That's kind of off-putting at the moment.
Off-putting is a very kind word. I would have much less kind words. You are very, very tactful with your vocabulary.
But we love Donkey Kong. We love Donkey Kong. We both love Donkey Kong. And Donkey Kong is wholesome. Donkey Kong is pure. And, of course, we all have our own ideas about who this guy, this gorilla in a tie, really is. And that's part of the charm of Nintendo games, right? Is a lot of times you can project your own ideas and philosophies onto the character. That's why so many of their characters are silent protagonists. It's so you can basically embody them and they kind of become an extension of yourself. Donkey Kong is a bit different in that regard, given that this Donkey Kong, the Donkey Kong who arguably made his debut in Donkey Kong Country and is carried forward up through his most recent appearance on Nintendo Sound Clock Alarmo, that Donkey Kong was more or less conceived by Rare based off on original idea by Shigeru Miyamoto.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes it a little bit different because you had that severe detour from his recreation in 1994 to the sort of argumentative takes on the character once Nintendo declined to purchase Rare and Rare was purchased by Microsoft in 2002. And then eventually it started to shore up in the 2010s. And now I would say there is pretty much a clear direction again for Donkey Kong. But I think it would make a good argument and a good even-handed podcast episode even to look at this from all sides, all interpretations, and kind of weigh if this character can really hang together to the totality of his appearances, of his game library. Can it all make sense as one guy?
I thoroughly agree with you. It's always the hardest thing being a Donkey Kong fan and having someone ask, what's your favorite Kong? And your answer is Donkey Kong. And
you're a Donkey Kong guy. See, for me, admittedly, my favorite Kong is Diddy Kong. Mm-hmm. And I suppose that's as good of a segue as any to talk about sort of where this Donkey Kong came from. Because part of the big discrepancy when it comes to Donkey Kong is the fact that this Donkey Kong was more or less created by Rare with some input from Miyamoto. But the Donkey Kong concept came, of course, from Miyamoto from the 1981 original arcade game Donkey Kong. And even though within the canon of the series, that is a different Donkey Kong, that is his father/grandfather, Donkey Kong Sr., who became Cranky Kong. Mm-hmm. Even though that's canonically not the same guy, the idea of that guy has cast a long shadow over Donkey Kong itself. And it's only been relatively recently that I think the Donkey Kong Country guy has really started to become the more well-known Donkey Kong in popular culture.
I would agree with that assessment. I would say up until maybe the mid 2010s, if you had a reference to Donkey Kong in general, be it your Simpsons or Futuramas, or as much as a movie like Pixels, you're referencing the 1981 original Donkey Kong. You're referencing what would become Cranky, as opposed to, the country interpretation and the guy who's on 90% of whatever merchandise is out there.
Yeah. And I think because Donkey Kong Country represented such a radical reinvention of the concept, was canonically a different character, but Gen X really held up that 1981 original Donkey Kong, and for good reason. It was a foundational title in the evolution of video games and Nintendo's own storied history. So because of that, we've had this almost tug of war between who Donkey Kong is, how he even plays. And it's really come together now, I think, with Bananza's release. But to understand why Bananza is such a breath of fresh air and such a, everybody put down arms, the fighting is over kind of moment, we have to really just go back and trace it across the generations, across the decades.
I would wholeheartedly agree with that.
So, Pierre, since this is your basic idea for an episode that, you didn't really want to commit to making yet another video for, I think it's only befitting that you kind of take the lead here and really explain to me how you want to do this, what you want to focus on as far as mechanics or just portrayal, personality, the fictional character itself.
Got it. Let me just tag in here. Okay, there we go. So the idea that I have is that video game characters are so very easily characterized by us in an almost subconscious way through how they play and how they feel to be a part of it. The most succinct example I can give is if you compare Dixie Kong from Donkey Kong Country 2 and 3 fame with Tails from Sonic 2 onward. Both of them have a very similar function in how they handle. They both have a helicopter-y type appendage that allows them to, slow descents, have a bit more control in platforming. If you think about it at a base level, both of them are accomplishing the same goal. However, I don't think that many people would ascribe the same kind of characterization from Dixie to Tails. Dixie we naturally, as Donkey Kong fans, sort of ascribe her a very adventurous personality, a very go-getter personality. And that's, of course, been reinforced with her various appearances after, her little idle animations, stuff like going up to K. Rool and going, "Whoa, big man." But in general, the way that she utilizes her helicopter hair is in a way that continues the character's momentum. You can skip large swaths of levels, and it's an extension of her forward momentum, and it complements Diddy. You could see her going through Crocodile Isle on her own. She wouldn't want to. She is much stronger with Diddy there. But this would be something that Dixie would do. Yeah. In contrast to Tails, who is a very supportive role. His actual glide is a lot more vertical. It's a lot slower to build its momentum. It's a lot more vulnerable, and as such, Tails, even just looking at him from the outside, is usually ascribed as a character who has to grow into his courage. He has to eventually ascend to Sonic's level, which becomes his character arc through the Sonic games, and remains his character arc after he accomplishes that character arc repeatedly. But in general, they have a similar function, but ultimately how we feel about them is done completely different, and that's not just through their characterization that complements it, but it's through the gameplay. It's how they feel in doing that. And what I want to explore with that is sort of how Donkey Kong, as this central figure, as this pillar of the Donkey Kong series, sort of both embodies what the Donkey Kong games are trying to be, and sort of the general scuttlebutt that's happened with him in, being tossed to many different developers and different ideas, and sort of boiling down the various interpretations people have had with the character from a play perspective, how that's informed his characterization through those games, not just the DK games, but, his various spin-off appearances and all that, and sort of just how that's colored the idea of Donkey Kong, and when in time certain ideas have felt right and have been carried over, and what has sort of been left behind in the process.
Sure. Okay. We can do that.
All right. I'm good with that. So, obviously I would like to start with Donkey Kong Country 1 under the magnifying glass here. As much as I, would love to go on a tirade about, so how do you think that he reflects his appearances in Donkey Kong Hockey and Donkey Kong Circus? I don't think that is strictly necessary from a mechanical and gameplay perspective, but I do want to ask you specifically how you felt growing into the tie of Donkey Kong, so to speak, in DKC1, as I was a wee babby when Donkey Kong Country 1 came out, and I did not have any know-how, I didn't have any critical assessment. I was learning how to crawl at the time, which was proving to be mechanically more challenging at the moment than holding the Y button and pressing the B button all with my thumb. So, I just want to know how you got from this general interpretation of the 80s Donkey Kong and how it felt controlling him in DKC1.
So, I've told this story so many times on the podcast, so I'm going to try to keep this succinct, but I knew of Donkey Kong. I knew of the games that came before Donkey Kong Country. I didn't really understand their significance yet. I wasn't around for the arcade era. And so basically I played the NES versions of Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr. And then, of course, I recognized Donkey Kong Jr. as a result when he would show up in Super Mario Kart, for example. So having Donkey Kong Country, this like lush, beautiful looking game that it was like nothing we had seen before, to have that star Donkey Kong as a heroic figure felt like a natural extension of Donkey Kong Jr. at the time. And I think that's part of why a lot of first generation Donkey Kong Country fans do make the argument that this is probably a grown up Donkey Kong Jr. Because it just felt like that segue from Donkey Kong Jr., where you were playing as Donkey Kong Jr. trying to rescue your father from the evil Mario. That just felt like, okay, then that goes into Donkey Kong Country, ignoring Donkey Kong 3, Stanley the Bugman and all of that. But, so that was kind of easy for my brain to wrap around, especially once I read the instruction manual and I knew who Cranky Kong was supposed to be. But then to actually like have him in this very like Mario coded platformer, not Mario coded so much as in mechanics, but just it's a 2D platformer on a Nintendo console. A lot of rolling, jumping, similar to Mario, Animal Buddies in lieu of Yoshi, but it was doing its own thing. And of course I gravitated to Diddy, just because I was about the same age as Diddy Kong was coded as being at that point in time. So he just felt like a natural mirror reflection of me. And so whenever I would play Donkey Kong Country with my friend, they would play as Donkey Kong. I would play as Diddy Kong. Diddy was my guy. But Donkey Kong, the way he was portrayed in that game, was really of the era, wasn't it? Because I would say,
certainly,
I would say that that interpretation of Donkey Kong from the outset, that was him at his most 1990s cool kind of factor, where he's not so much of a goof. There's a bit of goofiness to him. There's a bit of like moments where he sort of drops the act and you can kind of see that he doesn't totally have his shit together. Like maybe when Cranky or Diddy get the best of him, or he just stands on the like very edge of a tall platform and he looks over and his eyes bug out like a Battletoad. But
absolutely,
he's kind of this reluctant protector of the island / Nepo baby, that he's kind of been forced into this role that you don't really think he necessarily wants for himself. He's more about doing his own thing. Even this notion of mentoring Diddy Kong, it's kind of seen at the beginning of the game as an imposition, as something that he is just going through the motions with. He would rather be doing anything else. He's humoring Diddy, but only just barely. And then when the shit hits the fan, when the Kremlin crew take his banana horde and abscond with Diddy like 3 feet until you find Diddy in the barrel, when that happens, then Donkey Kong kind of has to rise to the occasion. And then, he pretends he doesn't care, but he does. It's the classic Han Solo trope, right? So
yes,
he is really the mentor figure in all of the Donkey Kong Country games and land games of that era, even the ones that he is more of a plot device than an actual character. He is like the one that the other Kongs look up to, the ones that they emulate, these younger proteges and then proteges of proteges. They all look to Donkey Kong as that gold standard. So there's a lot to unpack there, but that's basically who he was to me, was a very laid back 90s dude who would rather be sipping pina coladas on the beach than actually going about an adventure. He loves exploring. He loves romping through the jungles and the mines and what have you. But he doesn't want what Cranky wants for him at the beginning. Mm-hmm. He doesn't want to be a video game hero. He would rather just be a beach bum, hang out with his friends, and it's only when he is forced into that role that he rises to the occasion.
No, I can agree with you there. I would even go so far as to say that he doesn't want what Cranky wants, but also he doesn't want the same sort of goals that Diddy and Dixie both want.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Diddy and Dixie are very aspirational figures. And one thing, and this is why I always kind of bristle against Diddy being depicted or just labeled as his biological nephew. It's because I feel like Diddy and Dixie, they didn't get it through family ties. They got it through just sheer grit and determination. For as much as a myth as pulling yourselves up by your bootstraps might be, Diddy and Dixie are the closest that we have seen from that generation to actually manage that without any like family inheritance. So I love Diddy and Dixie, and I love that they actually do kind of align with Cranky's philosophy more than they would like to admit. And it's Donkey Kong. He's the one who's an outsider. He's the one who really just can't be bothered with any of this.
No, thoroughly agreed there. I always appreciate this as like, even reading the manual, I always saw it as Donkey Kong trying to shirk his responsibility onto Diddy, like going, okay, Diddy, your hero training is to pick up all the weeds around my house and do it really, really fast, and and then you can have one banana.
Yeah, Diddy, your hero training for tonight is to rub my feet. Don't ask how this helps you. Just know it will one day come in handy. Come in feetsy. And
it's like, do I have to wear the fifth fingered, big buddy? Yes, Diddy, of course. Then little does he know, when he's golfing, he goes, oh.
Yeah, everything has a purpose. It's Donkey Kong's methods don't make much sense at the time, but then flash forward 9 years when you're on the links of the Mushroom Kingdom and you're like, I got it now. No, I think that's like Donkey Kong is such a Gen Xer in Donkey Kong Country. He's a slacker. He's too cool to care. And that's why I gravitated to Diddy. Diddy is the anxious millennial, and that is basically the two characters, the two protagonists at the outset of the modern Donkey Kong series.
Definitely, and to the game's credit, I do enjoy that Donkey Kong tends to feel just a little bit stiffer than Diddy. They add a bunch of little extra frames for when he's stopping his roll animation, and it ends up with like a level of rigidity that always felt, just due to not having as much momentum as Diddy, a lot stiffer, a lot like, oh, Donkey Kong might have thrown out his back a little on this roll. Hold up just a second. Okay, here I go. And obviously it makes DK a little bit more, a little less accessible and a little less flexible than Diddy. Yeah. I've always heard that like Donkey Kong in the Donkey Kong Country trilogy has the least going on gameplay wise between himself, Diddy, Dixie, and Kitty. Just due to the fact that he has the more unfavorable barrel holding position. He doesn't have the water skip that Kitty does. He doesn't have quite the same momentum that Kitty does. He doesn't have Diddy's general litheness and athleticism. He's got it to some extent, but not quite there.
He's still very svelte. As far as like a big character goes, Donkey Kong is not as lumbering in Donkey Kong Country as he might be depicted elsewhere. And, obviously, like, they modeled a lot of his animations on horses rather than gorillas, and that kind of helps create more of a nimble aesthetic to him than just big gorilla move slow. And I think that's like, yeah, he isn't as new user friendly as Diddy, Dixie, or even Kitty. Although I would say that the way Donkey Kong holds barrels is very advantageous when you've got zingers about, but or neckies flying overhead. But like they have their, of course, strengths. Donkey Kong can jump on any enemy and take them out for the most part, whereas Diddy has to be a little bit more crafty. And there is that balance, but the beautiful thing about the original Donkey Kong Country is the, pardon the term, groove one can find themselves getting into once you are so familiar with the gameplay, once you're so familiar with the levels. There is a very kinetic flow to the game design.
Oh, definitely. And when you're cruising through a DKC level, I still think that no platformer has that sort of just going from one obstacle to the next in this fantastic flow state.
Yeah.
And I do think that Donkey Kong enables that. You have to be a little more precise with DK than you do with Diddy, ironically enough, just to get his big ass to where it needs to go, but it's also going to be a smoother journey in the learning process with DK getting there.
Right.
And that is always what I like. If we're talking about DK as a mentor character, he is the slower one that is better for learning the game, even if Diddy is more adept at actually handling it. I think that when a lot of people first play the Donkey Kong Country games, they hesitate at basically every obstacle as they are learning it. They're like, okay, what's next? Oh, hello, Zinger. Oh, hello, a second Zinger.
Right.
And Donkey Kong just inherently has a bigger safety net around himself in handling those obstacles, if it's like a clump or a Crusha, or especially an army.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, I think being at one with the levels is also representative as being as one with nature. And I think that is also something that I carried out of Donkey Kong Country. As you said, the 90s were a very ecological time. You had a lot of like environmental messaging in kids media, but it also wasn't as politicized as it would become. And so like nobody found it objectionable that we should be saving those rainforests, that we shouldn't be polluting. It was more just cut and dry in the popular consciousness at the time. And so like being able to just be one with the jungle really became a part of the language of not only the game series, not only the character of Donkey Kong, but also the gameplay of Donkey Kong Country. Because, prior to this, we had the arcade games, and the style of gameplay was different in each one. Single screen, it wasn't as kinetic. It didn't have as much of that flow as Donkey Kong Country would establish. And I think given the ACM graphics and the like visual look and the sound of the game, everything Rare was trying to do with it, it really defined Donkey Kong as kind of this middle ground between realism and cartoony aesthetics. It's always been a little bit more realistic, a little bit more of the natural world, the world outside of our window, than Mario has.
I'd even take it just one little step further and go that before Donkey Kong Country, I would argue that DK's defining imagery would be industrial.
Yeah.
That everything is in these very confined spaces and maneuvering around them. Even DK Jr., which does open with a jungle level, eventually all circles back to, Mario's evil torture factory, what with the electric bolts that he has going through his four layers for no reason.
What is that? Is that like a Faraday cage? I
don't know.
Okay.
Solve my famous monkey torturing electric maze, Junior.
I'm like, I know he's had a lot of jobs, a lot of occupations before he settled on plumber, but like he took Peter Gabriel's lyrics of Shocking the Monkey a little bit too literally there.
Yes. But with the advent of Donkey Kong Country, you have these lush environments. It's Donkey Kong as an idea unrestrained from what had previously, in some cases, literally confined him. Mm-hmm. Even with like Donkey Kong 3, that's very much a facsimile of nature. It's a greenhouse.
It's a greenhouse. And we know because of Tropical Freeze that it plausibly takes place in Juicy Jungle. So even that has a kind of a factory underpinning to it.
That is true. Every single Professor Chops did watch that happen and looked on and went, yes, spray the spray up his bum.
Yeah, it's why there's always that like quizzical, smug look on Professor Chop's face in the one render of him. It's because he's just like imagining a can of insecticide going up Donkey Kong's rectum.
When is Stanley coming back? That was my favorite part of the Donkey Kong canon.
That's the whole reason I'm hanging out here, is I'm just waiting for that to happen again. It's my favorite thing in the world.
It just might work. God, he sounds like people looking for Saberman Stampede, but instead it's just Stanley with the can of bug spray.
Thanks for speaking my language there.
Of course, anytime. But yes, I do really enjoy this portrayal. That's what drew me to Donkey Kong. A parlance used in the Donkey Kong Country TV show was DK as Diddy's big buddy. And that always really stuck to me as language for the DK series as a buddy, and thinking of Donkey Kong as the central figure.
That was in the materials of Donkey Kong Country as well. The cartoon didn't invent that, although it made it more popularized, just like the DK abbreviation really became more popularized because of the cartoon. But no, the whole little buddy, big buddy stuff, that's from the source material.
Oh, perfect. I knew Little Buddy. My brain was not remembering the Big Buddy connotation.
Arguably it's from Gilligan's Island, which is what the skipper called Gilligan, but, you know, we'll just say it's from Dan Alson of Nintendo.
That sounds good, but just with the idea of Big Buddy, Little Buddy, animal buddies, I always envision Donkey Kong as sort of this centralizing, stable figure in which others sort of grew from.
Yeah.
And that would continue into his next major appearance, Donkey Kong Land aside, where dude, he's just like reskinned Pimple in feel in that game, and I don't love it.
So look, you know how I feel about Donkey Kong Land and how important it is for me. I understand the criticisms entirely of that game, but I would say his depiction is more or less consistent throughout the 6 original Rare games, being the Country Trilogy and the Land Trilogy. He's not even in Donkey Kong Land 3, and he's written to be kind of a misogynist in the story, but that's just him and Diddy working each other up. They learned their lesson. They got their comeuppance. They did not find the Lost World. They did not get that prize money. But yeah, I would say Donkey Kong is pretty much just how he's portrayed in Donkey Kong Country, except from the perspective of post Donkey Kong Country, he is all in on his mentorship of Diddy. He's all in on accepting Diddy as his little buddy. It's not an imposition. It's not a burden. It is a privilege once they rescue the Banana Horde from King K. Rool.
Yes, I would definitely agree with that. And then moments like utilizing his strength in DKC2 when push absolutely needs to come to shove.
Yes. And
getting that last little bit, that last push that the Kongs need to at least temporarily stop Captain K. Rool.
Well, yeah, because, you know, Donkey Kong is under duress. Donkey Kong is, you know, in a rope. He has been shot at point blank range, beaten with the hilt of a blunderbuss, but seeing that Diddy and Dixie like can't put K. Rool down, or K. Rool won't be put down, and it just gives him the drive, the motivation. It's not that Diddy and Dixie needed rescuing, it's that Donkey, seeing them under duress, finally had the willpower and the last bit of strength to free himself and put K. Rool down temporarily.
Yes, it is that big buddy mentality of just being able to provide for others and protect for others. And I always really just appreciate that as like, wow, Donkey Kong strong. He's so cool when he need to be. Ooh, Donkey Kong.
He becomes the ultimate big brother figure. And I never had a brother or a sister. I was the only child, which is why I looked towards fictional simians to be my family. And Donkey Kong was always very much a big brother figure to me. And that was due to the way he not only like mentored and took in Diddy, but also Diddy's girlfriend. Like at the end of Donkey Kong Country 2, they're all huddled together. You've got the render for Donkey Kong Country 2 of the three of them hugging. And it's just very much like this guy does care. This guy is this big old softy. And that's very true of real world gorillas as well. I mean, you know, they are far more gentle than popular media depicts them as.
Mm-hmm. Far more gentle than, I would say, Donkey Kong's interpretation in his next starring role of Donkey Kong 64.
Oh, so as much as I laud the Rare era, and as much as I, you know, do like most of Donkey Kong 64, one aspect of Donkey Kong 64 that I still struggle with, Pierre, is Donkey Kong's portrayal in the game.
It is someone who adores Donkey Kong and is like, hey, if there is ever a 5 Kong challenge and you're like assigning one person to every Kong and we'll all play one Kong in DK64 and I'll be DK, don't worry. I don't love this idea of Donkey Kong as shown in this game.
And I don't know if it's because, hey, there are 5 playable Kongs and we have to have various extremes, and where does that leave Donkey Kong? Donkey Kong 64 is like one of the only occasions where Donkey Kong is the middle ground character, where Donkey Kong is just the average one, where he doesn't do anything with any great, like he doesn't do any skill with any great speciality, or like he doesn't do it best. He is just firmly in the middle. He's not the quickest. He's not the strongest. He's just Donkey Kong. And oh yeah, he's kind of an idiot now.
Yeah, that's always been the issue. Like, even more than Donkey All Confused, the fact that one of his 3 exclusive powers that only he gets is that he has to take drugs in order to figure out how to pull a switch.
I mean, relatable, honestly, but I think that I've never been one to define Donkey Kong by his strength, and I think that's because I came into the series pretty much with Donkey Kong Country, you know, and so for me, like, I didn't discover Donkey Kong through these Mario sports games or Smash Brothers. For me, Donkey Kong was just the star of Donkey Kong Country. And yeah, he was stronger than Diddy, but he was a gorilla, of course. But I'm not this like comic book minded guy where I view everything through power levels, you know, like a manga fan arguing about, oh, this character could not possibly beat this character because they're at a skill level 10 where they're only at a skill level 9. Doesn't make any sense.
Only worth 1.5 Gokus as he appears when he fights Mercenary Tao.
That's too much Donkey Kong Jr. math for me, and I'm never a math guy. I'm right-brained, is it? So it's just one of those things where it's like, that stuff doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me that Chunky is stronger than Donkey Kong, because it's all just narrative conceit. It's all just the needs of the game. Whatever. Like, the real world doesn't work in power levels, and we, you know, we all have our off days, but yeah, Donkey Kong is not even really a gorilla in that game. One thing I loved about the Donkey Kong Country games is how much Donkey Kong did feel like a big gorilla. Diddy felt like a little monkey. Donkey Kong 64, he feels like a broad cartoon character, or this human being who is wearing a fur suit.
I hate the imagery, but you are correct, unfortunately.
Yeah, just like he's like walking upright, and that's fine. Gorillas can do that, but I don't know. The whole like idea of Donkey Kong became so muddled, and I love the way Diddy is portrayed in Donkey Kong 64. I really like Tiny, Chunky, and Lanky in that game. They have great personalities, and I think like Cranky is well written. Funky's a little bit weird, but you can make it work if you squint. K. Rool is fantastic in that game, but Donkey Kong, I don't know.
I agree with you. I do think that there is just a bit of an issue with how they're looking at this Donkey Kong Country 1 portrayal of DK. With all the other characters of DK64, you can either delineate very clear allusions to other Donkey Kong Country characters, or they are Lanky Kong, which is such absurdism that it just has to work. You know, Diddy is an extension of his general nimbleness. The fact that he moves on all fours creates this better sense of mobility, which is combined with his cartwheel, so it gives him a lot more forward momentum. He's naturally a high flyer. He's like the Rey Mysterio of the Kong family at this point, I would say.
Right.
You know, Tiny, despite debuting in this game, is very clearly an evolution of what would we do as an evolution of Dixie's helicopter twirl, at that sort of like little and nimble sort of thing, quick and nimble when she needs to be. That sort of thing. That's the driving force. Chunky, for all that he is sort of just born into his terrible amount of power. His earth-shaking 1-ton power, and he's like, I wish to hold Butterfly, but I cannot. Sometimes I squish, and that make Chunky sad. It's like a very clear evolution of sort of Kitty being almost inherently born into power.
Yeah.
Just that level of like, oh no, I do not understand what my body cannot control. And then Donkey Kong is also there.
Yeah, he really is. And look, I like some things about Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong 64. I think Grant Kirkhope's vocal performance, I think it suits the character for the most part. I think that his design is pretty good. That model, that like polygonal model of Donkey Kong, I do generally like it. It's just, I don't know, between the writing for the character and just his overall presentation just feels a bit too slapsticky for me. It's like he's more of a cartoon character now. He's less of this like natural, real world animal with greater than average intelligence. And I think the DK64 team didn't really understand the character in the same way as the Donkey Kong Country team did.
I would agree with you completely there. The most that you can be informed about him through his portrayal is that he really likes Rambi and Rambi likes him for the exactly 2 times that matters in the game.
Right.
And I guess he's durable given Strong Kong. Like there is some level of the idea of, okay, what does that exemplify? It exemplifies bravery, I suppose, or just the unwillingness to crumble in the face of adversity when push comes to shove. You know, if you consider like Gorilla Gone, for example, to be an extension of Chunky's unwillingness to see others, but can see others, or can see what others can't see because of his gentle nature or whatnot. But that's about it, and it doesn't really hit in any particular way other than, Donkey Kong, do you want to go in the frantic factory machine that is full of giant presses and explosions? And DK just goes, yeah. and that's about it that you can get from that. The rest of his informed qualities are he has the roll as a unique move from Donkey Kong Country, which does feel there as sort of an ancillary part of his movement when his dashing big foot kick tends to be, in general, a lot more adaptable, and that he does basic Donkey Kong Country actions. Like, he's the one that everyone can do it, but by virtue of being there first, he's the one who throws the most barrels. He's the one who swings on the most vines. He's the one that goes through the barrel cannon courses. Right. As opposed to everyone else. It's his defining aspect in the K. Rool fight.
Yeah. Arbitrarily so, even. Like, oh, it's just because we have to divide all the collectibles equally. Let's give Donkey Kong the barrel cannons. Okay. Sure.
Yeah. It uses Donkey Kong as a symbol for what Donkey Kong Country was in the past without giving him any sort of identity of his own. It's ironically, I would say, what Cranky Kong sees him as in DKC1. He is the ambassador of Donkey Kong Island and the idea of the platonic Donkey Kong, so to speak.
I mean, I suppose when you have 4 other playable characters, that sort of works in abstract, but I also think it just speaks to the lack of direction Donkey Kong 64 had, and when it did find a direction, which was Banjo-Kazooie, but more, it was kind of a scramble from that point. So I'm curious how Donkey Kong would have been portrayed back when the game was more along the lines of a Donkey Kong Country game, when it was structured like a Donkey Kong Country game, when it was really just Donkey and Diddy. I wonder how Donkey Kong would have read, and how much of what we got were a bunch of compromises that don't really hang together in the final product.
I do agree in that assessment. I just wish that DK had this sort of supportive nature to him in Donkey Kong 64, even if it came down to the fact that, he's the one who does the last phase of K. Rool. If he's the one that finishes that out, that little bow tie on it where everyone else is down, but DK, he's got another round in him. That's who he is. But no, he does his barrel cannons and he moves on and is like, Tiny, I need you to go into the shoe and hit the toes.
Yeah. And then Chunky, I was going to say Chunky finishes him off, but similar to DKC 2, it's an outside Kong who actually gets the job done. It's Candy and Funky who finish.
My God, it's Funky with the steel chair.
Yeah. It's Funky with the feetsy. He kicks him with the boot gun, because K. Rool gets horny. Weird game. No. That was...
From an Attitude Era perspective, that was absolutely in character. That is China with the run-in, and then she just poses for a second, and then, oh damn, there's Triple H!
Yeah. I suppose for 1999, that is very just on the money.
Tragically.
Now, I would have loved to have seen where Rare would have taken Donkey Kong post DK64 with things like Donkey Kong Racing, like how would he be portrayed beyond DK64? How would you harmonize his appearance in that game while returning to a more overall Donkey Kong Country style aesthetic? Of course, we'll never know for sure, will we? Because Rare was purchased by Microsoft in 2002 and Donkey Kong was scattered to the winds.
Yes, there is absolutely a level of tragedy to that. Terrible tragedy. And for the most part, during this era, which is the era that I grew up with, I was there mainly during late N64, early GameCube, while growing up with the Super Nintendo. Mm-hmm. And during this era, the most exposure I got to of Donkey Kong was his appearances in cameo games, his appearances in various Mario spin-offs, mainly.
Right.
And I don't want to say that they're kind of emblematic of where he was in DK64, but I do think that they are fascinating as just studies of Donkey Kong from outsiders' perspectives and trying to figure out where he fits in as not the central figure of his series, as not the, the bedrock, the Rosetta Stone of where we take all of the other Kongs, but more just like, okay, but how is he in comparison to Toad and Koopa Troopa?
Right. I think that what we determine are cameo games, but really just appearances in Mario sub-series, your Mario Karts, your Mario Parties, your Mario Golfs, your Tennises, Hoops 3-on-3, and what have you. I think this is really how most people discovered the character post 1990s, like post the Donkey Kong Country Mania boom period and post DK64. This really was how most people first learned of Donkey Kong and sometimes regrettably had Donkey Kong defined for them. And I say regrettably because, Donkey Kong is not the central figure in these games. It's not even his series. It's not even a spin-off of his series. It's more of a crossover. And it's, you look at characters who start off as part of an ensemble, and generally they're more broad. They're more like complementing the rest of the cast and or the main character. And then if you spin that character off as the central figure in their own show, i.e. Frasier out of Cheers or Saul Goodman out of Breaking Bad, then that character has to kind of become less broad, become less silly, and be more of a leading figure, a leading man or woman. And with Donkey Kong, it's kind of the opposite happened, where Donkey Kong became less defined, became more silly, became more complimentary to the Mario cast in his role as Big Goofy Gorilla Man. And I think it's a shame, especially when Donkey Kong was perpetually couch surfing between developers for his home series at the time, and it seems like nobody could agree on the direction of the series or the character himself during the era of what we term as the buyout era, the 2003 to 2010 era, although this probably extended well into the 2010s, even after they got Donkey Kong back on firmer ground.
I would absolutely agree with that. I feel that with cameo games, essentially what occurred in post 2010 was that you would get Donkey Kong Country Returns iconography in Donkey Kong appearances, and the character would remain relatively static with how he appeared in other cameo appearances.
Yes.
I do find it fascinating how they sort of experimented with the idea of Donkey Kong at this time, because they clearly wanted to emphasize his strength. They wanted to make him, like, heavier, because, of course, he's heavier and stronger than Mario, and Mario is the guy who has to be in the middle. And, like, Mario has super strength, clearly, but not to the extent of Wario or Donkey Kong. But then you have Bowser sitting there, and you're like, well, we gotta push Bowser. Bowser's gotta be really strong. He's the bad guy. He's gotta be the strongest one. So you had this strange dichotomy where all you could really do with Bowser due to his physiology was make him the strongest and the slowest. And then you had Donkey Kong there, who also had to be strong, but he couldn't be the strongest because Bowser was the strongest. But he also couldn't be the most nimble, but he had to be nimble because he's a nimble gorilla, and that's how he appears in everything.
Yeah.
But also Wario is there? And he also has to be strong, because he's going through his own series where he's really strong. So there was this kind of weird thing where, like, Wario would be this exaggerated, strong, but generally clumsier version of Mario. Bowser would be the strongest there is, and Donkey Kong would also be there. And whether he was at the top or at the bottom of that pecking order depended on like a coin flip and the whims of the developer.
It's also funny that those three characters were kind of lumped together as the heavies, as the slower ones, as the stronger ones, but they're also viewed, especially earlier on, like even during the Rare era, when you had the modern Donkey Kong inserted into Mario Kart 64, he was often portrayed, at least in artwork, as part of the antagonist, because he was always with Bowser and Wario. And it's just like, yeah, historically he is a Mario antagonist, sure. But boy, like you look at his games now and he's farthest from being this ne'er-do-well. And so I think that softened over time, and even though Donkey Kong would often be grouped with those two, it was sometimes in even opposition of them and the way they go about things. He was kind of more of a rogue, of a third party in the Mario games eventually. I think it's how it shook out.
No, I agree. My defining understanding of the character is, of course, his famous role in Mario Party DS's story mode, wherein Bowser has everyone dead to rights, and then Donkey Kong just jumps into the room and randomly starts wrecking up the place, and that's how they solve the plot.
Yeah, I mean, Donkey Kong was eventually settled on, especially by the Mario Party devs, as the anti-Bowser, as kind of this bizarro Bowser who was Bowser but a force for good on the boards. And, I mean, he was reduced to NPC status. He wasn't playable starting with Mario Party 5 for a good long stretch. But I do kind of appreciate that in an era where they sometimes did toy with Donkey Kong descending back into his like villain status, because historically Donkey Kong is an antagonist to Mario. And well, Rare's not here anymore. What are we going to do with the character? The public yearns for him to be a barrel chucking King Kong type at the very, very tippy top of a construction site. And so it could have gone myriad of ways during this era where we might have lost who the character was in the 90s to a more retro-tinged take.
Yes. And what fascinates me is how each individual team decided to make it more experimental as a character and what he does and what he applies himself to, because he's not hitting the extremes of Bowser. He isn't hitting that heaviest, most strong archetype. So they're like, okay, well, what does he do? And it's like in Mario Golf, he is the strongest character of, I believe it's the draw trajectory, where it's like the one that's least affected by the wind.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like very almost hyper specific in what he is the best in. In Mario Baseball, he just punches the ball. And he's one of 3 characters in the game that has this weird, very consolidated hitbox for how he swings the bat. So he's got this very, very unique sort of place in how he affects that game. Mario Strikers, he ends up as essentially just big AoE ook ook and just like spreading people all over this arena and knocking them all away and having some level of athleticism and jump to him, but not being like an immediate just bulldozing you over sort of character. It's all a build up and an explosion of a character.
Yeah. All over the place. I think like it does work as kind of this almost neutral ground between the extremes of Bowser and even Wario and the Mario gang. But the thing that I think about most often of Donkey Kong in this era is how determined they were to make his toothy grin work.
Right.
Because they were sticking to the rare model, essentially, of Donkey Kong. Of course, it had tweaks here and there throughout the years, but they were committed to that, and for good reason, because people forget. I mean, they forget even as early as 2003, 2004, just what a big damn deal Donkey Kong Country was for Nintendo. There was no way they were going to abandon that version of Donkey Kong. And in fact, they did consolidate the design of Donkey Kong post-Rare buyout, where basically they effectively retired the Donkey Kong 94 depictions of Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr. And they were just like, okay, it's just Rare's Donkey Kong from here on out, along with Diddy, and maybe other Kongs will come along for the ride as well. And so you would have this portrayal where he would be a bombastic brute at times, and sometimes a dumb animal compared to the erudite plumbers and princesses of the Mushroom Kingdom. Ook ook, as you said. But then you would sometimes have Diddy come into these games as his partner character. And when you did that, the dynamic immediately shifted. It immediately reverted to the way it kind of was in Donkey Kong Country, where, oh no, Donkey Kong is this caring figure. Look, he's mentored this young monkey who idolizes him. He can't help but be this big brother, this caring, empathetic gorilla. And this is what we call the Regal theorem, which was coined by DK Vine staffer Cameron Regal way back when, that posits that whenever you have Diddy or Dixie or other Kongs with Donkey Kong in a non-Donkey Kong game, then Donkey Kong cannot take on the role of antagonistic brute. He has to take on the role of caregiver, of nurturing big brother figure. And I mean, I think anytime he was partnered with Diddy, you can't have Diddy be antagonistic. You can't have Diddy be this villainous figure. And that would immediately soften Donkey Kong.
No, definitely. I also do feel, because I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that Toadstool Tour was simultaneously the Mario spin-off debut of both Diddy Kong and Bowser Jr.?
Bowser Jr., I can't say for sure because I've not committed that to memory. Because can I reveal something?
You of course may.
I've barely played Super Mario Sunshine. It just was added to GameCube Classics for Nintendo Switch Online, and I'm like, yeah, that whole era I kind of blank on. Sorry. So I think it might have been Bowser Jr.'s debut, because I feel like Camelot was the first one to really play with him in the like side games of that sort. So it sounds right to me. Timing wise, that makes sense, but I could be missing some minor appearance somewhere, and I don't want people to call me out because I'm not a Mario expert. I just commit Donkey Kong nonsense to memory.
Okay, no problem. I'll take the brunt. That is absolutely Bowser Jr.'s debut, and you are too smart, everyone listening, to correct me on this. You don't even have to look it up. Like, you look fantastic today, and you should feel very confident that I'm right. However, I do feel as if having DK and Diddy and Bowser Jr. as simultaneous interpretations of, here is the big strong guy and their little friend / son figure that they wish to show off for, but simultaneously like do right by. I feel like they had to create different dynamics in those games for Bowser and Bowser Jr. versus DK and Diddy, so that they don't sort of eat each other's lunches, so to speak. And
right.
So I feel as if that furthered Donkey Kong's, in general, more gentle side, or at the very least, I feel that around this time period, DK became more openly clumsy in his interpretations. Like, I'm reminded of that one Mario Kart piece of artwork where he is completely torn off the steering wheel and is just sort of scratching his head.
Yeah.
Like, how did I do that? And between that and his horrible rictus grin, that is sort of what I remember about this era of DK. It was sloppy. It was very sloppy, but that kind of became defining of him. It was just wild and unrestrained.
Yeah.
And I did find that interesting.
If there was any directive from Nintendo for Donkey Kong at this time, it was, let's slop 'em up, boys. Clumsy is good, a bit of a goofball, kind of a comic relief in the context of Mario. And yeah, that one render, that Mario Kart DS render, that I was thinking about that earlier when we were talking about all of this, because that would hang in an art gallery under the Donkey All Confused wing, because there is a series of renders that just fit that line perfectly, from Donkey Kong Country 1 all the way to Donkey Kong Bananza, just Donkey Kong looking perplexed at something. And so yeah, like clumsy, goofy, I would say, like, even in the Mario versus Donkey Kong series, which reverted him to antagonist for Mario, although they would soften that with the sequels. I think he was just more out and out of villain in that first game. And then the second game onward, there was always something else going on that explains away what he's doing. Such as, he and Pauline were actually planning a surprise party for Mario, and this was just to throw him off the scent. He's a good guy, really. But yeah, like Donkey Kong and Mario versus Donkey Kong, where he becomes obsessed with mini Mario figures, and he commits several crimes along the way to procure them. And then he has a big old sad moment when Mario beats him, and he starts to cry, and Mario takes pity on him. Like, what are we doing? What is this? Can we shore this up, people, please?
Well, actually, if you'll notice, advertisements in the Mario series are actually hypnotic. If I can point you to Super Mario Land 2, wherein Wario used subliminal messaging to allow everyone who played the game to not let Mario get the 6 golden coins, then you'll perfectly see that, of course, Donkey Kong was under hypnosis and is therefore absolutely scot-free in everything that he has done in the Mario vs. Donkey Kong series. Mario knows the pain of hypnosis well. He lost that castle that he always had, evidently.
I was just picturing Professor Chops giving that entire lecture right now with this chalkboard.
The fact that the chat has also said that is frightening, and I'm very sorry.
No, I will cast you as Professor Chops in the Donkey Kong movie. I'll get my contacts at Universal on the line. The deal will be signed by the end of the week. I think you're right, because I made a whole video about how Donkey Kong is actually exonerated from his crimes in Mario vs. Donkey Kong because of the subliminal messaging in the Mini Mario commercial, as well as how K. Rool already mucked about his brain when he did the whole chaos bit in DKC3. So it's fine. Like, you can explain away anything with enough determination. Reality is very malleable so long as you don't trust the facts. But, yeah, it really was just, what are we doing with Donkey Kong post-Rare? Well, we don't really have a direction, because it's up to the whims of the many, many developers during this time. And that really did hurt the character for years to come, because I don't think people could understand Donkey Kong unless you were willing to have an understanding of Donkey Kong going into the games.
Yeah, thoroughly agreed. He was still there as a figurehead to remind you that he exists.
Yes.
It was very much a continuation of the DK64. This is Donkey Kong, the status symbol of the character. You remember Donkey Kong, right?
The problem is, as more kids, aged into playing Nintendo games, as we, left the N64 generation behind, and we started to have the GameCube generation or the early Wii generation of gamers. No, they did not know who Donkey Kong was. Donkey Kong was how they were seeing him in these various Mario games, and they couldn't really get a clear reading on it, in my opinion.
I would agree with you completely there. I was fortunate enough to have the background of the Donkey Kong Country trilogy, but I knew that there were so many others around me who did not love Donkey Kong in the same way, because he wasn't as strong as Bowser. He's not Wario. They didn't care much for Wario, actually, but it's not helping my point. He's not Yoshi. Yoshi is cool.
Yeah. I think it was just kind of a low point for simians in popular media. You know, the 90s, you had a lot of ape movies. Dunstan, he checked in.
He did.
There was Congo, which didn't do so well at the box office, but everybody was saying it was the next Jurassic Park at the time. And then...
I recall.
Yeah. You get to the...
Yeah, Mighty Joe Young like... absolutely. A cornerstone of my childhood that I remember nothing about other than the title.
George of the Jungle with Brendan Fraser. That was not Fraser from Cheers and Frasier, because I just brought him up, but Brendan Fraser from George of the Jungle and The Mummy. The 90s was a real big time for apes and monkeys in media. And then the aughts, the 2000s, really weren't. And so Donkey Kong just wasn't cool anymore.
Yeah, and you made me sad.
Well, it gets better. We have a happy ending eventually. We'll get there.
It does get better. You know, you are correct. You know, when everything changed in 2001, the biggest thing was the cultural shift against apes.
Look, I think 9/11 really is to blame.
No, absolutely. I mean, when Metal Gear Solid 2 came out and Hideo Kojima predicted the future, he predicted multiple things such as the proliferation of garbage data and everyone is going to like monkeys less.
Yeah. You didn't want to have giant monstrous gorillas climbing skyscrapers anymore because it just brought trauma to mind. So yeah, they just got pushed out entirely from kids media and just really like popular recognition for a bit. But there was a bit of a like torch that was still being lit because obviously Donkey Kong was still winning people over. Donkey Kong was still finding fans, even if they were finding them first through the Mario games. So many people from that era discovered him from the Mario games and grew to love his own series. And a big part of that was, even though there was all of these disparate interpretations, Rare still was making Donkey Kong games, and they did the Game Boy Advance remake trilogy of the Donkey Kong Country titles from 2003 to 2005, which financially were the most successful Donkey Kong titles of that era and eventually led to Donkey Kong Country Returns and whatnot. But, you know, people were still finding Donkey Kong. It was just so much more low key. It was still so much of a minor Nintendo fandom during this era than it was in the 90s. And to really exemplify that, we should look at Donkey Kong's big console game of this era and how he was portrayed there, and that is Donkey Kong Jungle Beat.
I am so impressed that you managed to segue that. I was like, how are we going to get from 9/11 to Donkey Kong Jungle Beat? And by God, you weaved a tapestry, my friend.
Some of my hyperbole when Jungle Beat came out often compared the two, much to my embarrassment, because I now love Jungle Beat, and I still really don't like 9/11.
Dang, imagine that.
Yeah. Now, Jungle Beat is a great game. Let me just state for the record, I have really come around on Jungle Beat, but the cultural context of Jungle Beat in the Donkey Kong fandom at the time it was released had a lot going against it. And a large part of Jungle Beat's problem, despite, you know, being a very, very fun game, very innovative game, it really carried over nothing from the Donkey Kong Country series, from Donkey Kong 64. None of the characters that we loved Donkey Kong associating with were along for the ride. And so it was Donkey Kong by his lonesome, going through unfamiliar landscapes and strange and frightening enemies. And he was more bombastic, more over the top than he's ever been portrayed before or since in that game. And him going solo without a protege or partner meant it was really Donkey Kong Unleashed. It was Donkey Kong at his most hyper-violent, just like almost to an absurd degree. They had to invent a new ESRB rating for the game because it was too violent in comparison to past Donkey Kong games.
When he like rips out that fish's tongue or uvula, I don't know which it is, but it's one of those things.
He does that for fish. He does that for amphibians. He's just pulling tongues left and right in this game.
Dude, that's gotta be next on Diddy's hero training. Okay, Diddy, here's your next thing. You go into the fish and you yank on that uvula. And Diddy goes, so it's a girl fish? Donkey goes, yeah.
This is Donkey Kong. It's a Donkey Kong that really focuses on strength and violence and spectacle above all else, and it works in the context of Jungle Beat, mind you. Like Jungle Beat as a standalone product is very, very fun, highly underrated, because of its association with the DK bongos and because Donkey Kong kind of salted the earth on the path that Jungle Beat would follow on. It didn't really gain any traction. So I don't want anybody to like misinterpret me as this is me complaining about Jungle Beat 21 years later. No, I've made my peace with Jungle Beat. Post Donkey Kong Country Returns, I went back to Jungle Beat, and much to my dismay, I realized how good of a game it really was.
So Jungle Beat is very emblematic of this time because it's just more experimentation with Donkey Kong as a character. Yes. It's more, well, what do we do with him? I don't know. Is he like Bowser? Is he like Wario? Is he something in between? Is he maybe, where am I going? It feels very Larry King that I'm doing right now. Let's find out. No. We're going to just end that right there. However, despite how experimental of a game Jungle Beat is, I do think that it hones into one very key component of Donkey Kong, and that is a sense of rhythm.
Yes. That is something I did not really notice, or I refused to notice back when Jungle Beat was viewed as this interloper, this scary possible like timeline the series go down, and we were all about like saving the rare aspects, like why is Diddy not in this mainline console Donkey Kong game? Heresy. It was like something to overcome, not something to enjoy on its own terms. But then going back into Jungle Beat, I'm like, if there's one through line here between Donkey Kong Country and Jungle Beat, beyond just the like riding on animals aspect, beyond the like swinging around on vines aspect, it is the rhythm, the groove, if you will, being at one with nature. I mean, that is the whole philosophy behind the name Jungle Beat. It's finding the rhythm of the jungle, being at one with the jungle. That's how the whole scoring system works in that game.
One of my favorite levels in that game is the first one of the Watermelon Kingdom, Monkey Fest.
Monkey Fest, yeah.
Wherein you can play that entire level, and past the first time you jump, and not counting when you bounce off of like little vines, you can get from start to the melon that Donkey Kong chomps his little head into, and never touch the ground. You can do that completely through Donkey Kong's own momentum and the various moves that he can do. And it's the first time since, I would say, DKC1 that Donkey Kong has had that level of rhythm, that level of flow back that he had been missing in basically all of his other interpretations. It brought this sense of musicality back to it. The fact that you get little chants in the background of the music as your combo meter goes higher and higher. It's emblematic of the time, of course, as games like Devil May Cry were adding their style meter so that you can keep up a combo and encouraging a greater level of perfection, in addition to this sort of spectacle-esque violence that was now, for whatever reason, being applied to Donkey Kong playing volleyball with armadillos. But
not armies, mind you, other armadillo enemies in this game.
Yes.
Yeah, it's weird because I do think both Jungle Beat and Donkey Konga had one benefit to the overall interpretation of Donkey Kong as both a franchise and as a character. And that is something that really the Donkey Kong Country series started. But even predates that with that scrapped NES educational title, the music game that was in development at the time. And that's Donkey Kong's association with music, with, like rhythm, yes, but also just like being a very musically centric character, which is a bit of an odd take for a gorilla. But I think because the Donkey Kong Country soundtrack was so renowned, I mean, that was held up by Nintendo, even back in the 90s when it didn't really like have much time to build a reputation. I look back at the E3 97 press conference that we can now watch. They're playing Donkey Kong Country music to warm the crowd up. I mean, they knew what they had. And then you get into the GameCube era and the DK bongos. And yes, that is just chasing a trend at the time, rhythm games. But at the same time, like, oh, here's Donkey Kong playing the bongos like he did in Donkey Kong 64. But now it's a more central part of his character. And now you have a game where you use those bongos to control him, to have him be at one with the jungle, with the forest, with the ocean. And it all just kind of crystallized. And this is part of Donkey Kong's identity now.
Definitely. And, you know, there is some level of endurance to that. Like, from a kinetic perspective, I feel like, oh, Donkey Kong has to be strong because I am beating my hands into just raw meat as I hit these bongos, and I keep clapping my fool head off, trying to maneuver Donkey Kong through, like, Storm Hill and whatnot. But, just the sense and the feeling of it that I do feel gets somewhat lost if you play the game on controller. It is something that speaks so heavily to the percussive element of Donkey Kong. It's, I think up to this point, this is sort of where you associate Donkey Kong with punching things. As I would say that before now, he had the big uppercut to K. Rool and maybe his Smash Brothers neutral special. But other than that, Donkey Kong doesn't really punch stuff. It's not his signature move. It's the roll. It's launching himself at you and going, oh, that's an 800-pound gorilla bullet going to my face. Okay. Guess I'll die.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that, yeah, like the level of punishment that Donkey Kong doles out in Jungle Beat, it definitely like emphasized it probably like hand in hand with Smash, because this is also the era where Smash was kind of being built as this force to be reckoned with, independent of all the various series that are pulled into it. So I think it's, and we'll talk about Smash a little bit later, just like how it also helped define Donkey Kong for people. But yeah, I think Jungle Beat definitely, for as few people as played it, definitely helped set that association.
Definitely. And I appreciate the frantic energy that it brings to Donkey Kong as a character. As laid back as his portrayals had been, this one, he's a maniac.
He is a bit of a maniac. And again, I wonder how much of it is he doesn't have a Diddy or a Dixie or a tiny or a lanky with him. You know, he's kind of just isolated. He's unto himself, and he's letting his freak come out.
This is the game, or the first game rather, where I think that Donkey Kong's love of bananas is like so brought to the forefront, because obviously he likes bananas. He'll hunt down the Kremlings through every inch of his island to get every last banana back. He'll slap the ground and bananas will appear because he wants them in DKC1. But in general, they would be similar to how I would say, musical notes are for Banjo and Kazooie. They are incidental pickups and, obviously the objective of the game lightly implied, but you're generally not going out of your way for bananas as your big prize. Those are your bonus coins. Those are your bonus rooms and whatnot. Yeah. In this game, when he bites into a giant fruit and goes into the helper monkey clapping dimension, where he then scarfs down 50 bananas in like 5 seconds as you mash on the bongos, I'm like, oh, this man loves bananas.
Yeah, he's going through something in Jungle Beat. He's frantic. He's just completely unhinged, both in personality and apparently his jaw to get all that fruit in there in such a short amount of time. I don't love the way he's depicted in Jungle Beat, but if you squint, it can still work as being the same guy.
I don't love the overall interpretation, but I do enjoy essentially where it leads. As an experiment for Donkey Kong, I feel as if good data was gathered here.
Yeah. This is what we at DK Vine termed the toothy grin jackass Donkey Kong. Just, like, who is this guy? Like, meanwhile, a year before Jungle Beat came out, at least in the Americas, you had Donkey Kong Country 2 for the Game Boy Advance, which opens up with Donkey Kong lounging on the beach very lazily. And then you have this Donkey Kong who's just going hog wild on some hogs.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh, okay. This was a source of strife. This was a source of consternation in the fandom. We got past it, thankfully, and thankfully, eventually, a more solidified interpretation of Donkey Kong would win out during this time where basically everything was up for grabs post-Rare era. So many people had their own ideas for who Donkey Kong was or could be even. And Jungle Beat was just part of that. Although, as you said, yes, there were some things that introduced that would stick with the character for the better and would help make him a more well-rounded character in the long run.
Definitely. And unfortunately, I can't really say that to a great degree for his Payon appearances through DK King of Swing, Jungle Climber, and Barrel Blast. And I appreciate the heck out of these games as essentially just oases in the desert for a Donkey Kong fan, even though I did skip King of Swing because I saw it at my local Vaughn's Pharmacy for sale, and I thought, is this a bootleg Donkey Kong game? I can't buy that. He's not 3D. That's weird.
Yeah. I remember King of Swing, because King of Swing was shown off the same E3 they showed off Jungle Beat. And I think at least the people on the DK Vine forum were very primed and ready to just be hating on anything that Nintendo was putting out for Donkey Kong during this era. But then, I looked at the screenshots of King of Swing and I was like, wait a second, hold up, wait, I recognize things in this. I recognize that character. I recognize that enemy. Wait, go easy on King of Swing, everybody. We might have something here. I know it looks different. I know it might still be off-putting mechanically, but spiritually, there's something very fulfilling here. So, I love the Payon games. I even really respect Barrel Blast / Jet Race. It is a slog, to be sure, and it would have benefited actually using the DK bongos as intended had it been released on the GameCube. But like King of Swing and Jungle Climber, they are near and dear to my heart. They are very important titles because they represented a celebration of everything Rare brought to the table. All the characters, the cast that Rare introduced, it was a celebration of them in new Donkey Kong games that weren't developed by Rare, which showed us it was possible at the very least.
No, definitely. And like, I am as close to a Barrel Blast Defender as you will get. I think it is so close to being an interesting racing game.
Yes.
And it's like one or two mechanics away from me actually loving it in spite of all that it has wrong. Like, I love the wild move, chain mechanic. And, if it just designed a little more, I can't get on this tangent.
No. We'll talk about Barrel Blast for its 20th anniversary. Oh God.
Don't say it like that.
Some dust just like caked off of me, Thanos style, when I said that. No, its 20th anniversary is coming up next year. We'll honor it then. But Donkey Kong in the Payon games, am I wrong in just viewing him as kind of just there? I don't know.
No, you're right. It's unfortunately, this is the moment where I go, okay, me saying that Donkey Kong is my favorite Kong in light of these games looks a little bit suspect. Because in all interpretations of this, Donkey Kong is like vanilla ice cream. And not even appreciable one, like a store-bought vanilla ice cream. Mm-hmm. He is there, he functions, he's the Mario analog in Barrel Blast. He's perfectly balanced. And it's so odd to me seeing DK be leaned on for his strength in this era and then pausing to go, no, wait, Funky Kong is actually way stronger.
Right.
And I go, that guy?
Right. Yeah, like, at the time, this was refreshing because even if Donkey Kong was scaled back to his most vanilla, it wasn't the bombast of Jungle Beat. It wasn't the like mustache twirling of Mario versus Donkey Kong. So you could just project, again, whatever you wanted on a Donkey Kong in the Payon games. And if you preferred the interpretation from the Donkey Kong Country series, where he is this beach bum mentor kind of figure, lazy but will do the right thing, 90s cool but a bit of a goof underneath it all, you could view him in the Payon games as that character just fine. But that being said, I walked into those games with that interpretation at the forefront of my mind. If somebody was discovering Donkey Kong, and there were people who just discovered Donkey Kong through the Payon games, for as little as they sold, every game is somebody's first game. And so there were people who became lifelong Donkey Kong fans thanks to King of Swing and Jungle Climber. Probably not Barrel Blast, but yeah, no, I think that, like, from my perspective, not viewing the Donkey Kong series as needing to be anchored by Donkey Kong, because for me, well, Diddy Kong can take the lead, Dixie Kong can take the lead. I don't really need Donkey Kong to be there even to enjoy this. I realize how odd that is and how hyper-specific of that era that I came into the series it was, because so many people like view the lead character of a franchise as the make or break point. Like, if they don't like that guy, they're not going to get into the series. And I don't think that they really had much to go off of for the Payon games.
I agree with you there. I would say that of this era, if you came in enjoying these Payon games, I would think that Donkey Kong is one of the least important elements to the Donkey Kong series. I think that the Payon games celebrate so much in terms of tone, in terms of characterizing, and just allowing these characters who have been, to an extent, on the shelf for a while, and just letting them breathe and exist, and even getting them, more prominent roles. After these games came out, there was a steady enough design that you could toss them into Mario spin-offs to some degree. It got people to be more familiarized with Tiny Kong and especially Funky Kong during this era.
Yeah,
like
Funky,
this is a huge rise for him.
Funky really had the best run out of all the Kongs in the aughts. I would say like Funky went from supporting character who would have been left behind in the 90s to a beloved Nintendo icon thanks to his role in Mario Kart Wii.
Oh, I would say that Funky Kong is one of the top 10 defining Nintendo characters of the Wii. Even more than DK himself in some ways.
Which is so bizarre to me that happened. It was just like, wait, what? I mean, I was all for it, but I was like, really? And it's Funky? And now, like, it's inconceivable that Funky wouldn't be a mainstay, to the point where his absence in Bananza at this point, when we're recording this, there's still no Funky Kong statue in Bananza. Funky does not make a physical appearance in Bananza, and people are just like, what? But it's Funky. You can't have a Donkey Kong game without Funky. So
right?
That was not the mindset in the 90s. Even though Funky was generally there most of the time, he wasn't viewed as this vital pillar holding everything up.
No, definitely. And it's just so weird to me that we have this era of the Donkey Kong series where Donkey Kong is acting as an ambassador for his series, and the one game that stars him specifically is the weird one that no one who previously was attached to the series really wants to pick up right now as it's releasing, and everything else is pointing to, oh look, it's Diddy, oh look, it's Funky. Oh, look, Tiny Kong grew up a little bit. Who's Tiny Kong, actually?
Right, and I think that just speaks, though, to the lack of direction. There wasn't a firm enough hand guiding the Donkey Kong series through this decade. And it was a very unique position for the series to be in, for any series to be in, but especially one with the prominence of Donkey Kong. And you had to look to really games outside of the series for people to find the character. And we talked about the Mario side games, of course, but beyond them, I would say, especially in hardcore video game culture, the series that did more for people's understanding of the character, and to a lesser extent, his surrounding franchise, is Smash.
Oh, almost certainly. There are so many elements of this character that are codified by Smash Brothers. I earnestly think that we would not talk about the DK rap half as much if it were not included in Super Smash Brothers Melee.
Yeah. So much of Donkey Kong in Smash has been worked into his home franchise now. I mean, you can do a spinning Kong in Bananza, and like, how many characters can say that? How many characters can say their appearance in Smash went on to define their own interpretation in their series? Like, I don't think that's the case for many.
I'm trying to think of one specifically. Like, my brain latches on to, well, Captain Falcon, but he needs to have a series in order to do that.
Yeah, but I think you're right there. It's this characters who are basically without stable releases now that were defined by Smash, like Captain Falcon, characters that didn't even really exist, like Mr. Game & Watch. Mr. Game & Watch would become sort of an ambassador to the whole conceit of Game & Watch releases from that point on. But he's more of a hybrid of different aspects of those games. So yeah, it's really just characters who were given that prominence thanks to Smash, like Ice Climbers. And Donkey Kong, who is a big name, but Smash still influences the way he's portrayed from that point on.
No, definitely. I think that there is a defining idea that, you know, when people are doing Smash speculation and whatnot, they're like, and they should change Donkey Kong's final Smash to him turning into the arcade Donkey Kong and dropping barrels on people, because that's Donkey Kong. And I sit there and I go,
Yeah. Save that for Cranky's final Smash, would you?
Well, please. And then they're like, who's Cranky? And I turn into dust.
Weirdly, before Cranky does.
Amazing. Dude, he's going to outlive me out of spite. I know it.
I know. It's the terrible thing about growing up and getting older is when you become older than the fictional characters you read about who were old when you were a kid.
The feeling of, oh gosh, they're so old for characters who exist in their 30s.
Yeah, I'm like, wait, am I older than Superman is now? Am I older than Batman is now? No.
But yes, Donkey Kong's interpretation in Super Smash Bros. It's fascinating to me because I think we both agree that we think that they nailed him in exactly the cutscenes of Subspace Emissary.
Oh, yeah, that is the best version of Donkey Kong during this era, where I, as this especially hyper-judgmental Donkey Kong Country fan who is going to turn up my nose if you got it slightly wrong, and just the way he enters Subspace Emissary alongside Diddy Kong, how they're this like partnering adventuring duo. They have just the right amount of like 90s cool, like a little bit of smugness and self-assurance. But like they're like not overly aggressive. They're not like bombastic like Donkey Kong was during this era. It was just perfect. And I was like, oh my God, there's my Donkey Kong. He's there. Which is funny because in the actual gameplay of Smash, in the like depiction of him in the meat and potatoes of the game, he's far more animalistic, I think, than he ever is in his home series appearances or his appearances in Mario games.
There's definitely some elements of him that are a lot more cartoony. The fact that he has that big overhead punch, which I believe that the Super Smash Bros. 64 version of that attack existed before it became his aerial attack in DK64. Just the sort of two-handed volleyball fist in the air that serves as his forward air.
Yeah.
But no, you're right that there is a weird visceralness to Donkey Kong in the Smash series wherein, you know, he has 4 moves that send you directly down and just launch you into the blast zone. Between his aerial hand slap, his down air big foot, his forward air big punch, and then eventually the headbutt, which is the strangest move where it's like, okay, we're going to give Donkey Kong a brand new move. And what we could think of is he hits you really hard and you go into the ground.
Yeah, it works though. I mean, even like Donkey Kong's noises though are like far more like coded as I am a gorilla. I am not a human wearing a gorilla costume. I am a straight up ape here. And it works. It doesn't feel like you're neutering the character or you're like stripping away the bits of him that are very much human-like. It works in the context of Smash, and I never found it objectionable. Like, I'm not the kind of guy who's like, oh, Donkey Kong has to be the strong one. Donkey Kong has to be the strong one. Donkey Kong is a big, strong gorilla. For me, like, I always view Donkey Kong as more in terms of his personality, how he acts, and, you know, kind of his big heart, but his lackadaisical kind of, aloofness to his responsibilities. And yet Smash, I'm like, no, that's Donkey Kong. Sure.
What I appreciate about Donkey Kong's animations in Smash specifically is that a majority of his strongest attacks are claps and swipes.
Yeah.
It is a level of, he is only taking this fight seriously in a very limited capacity. I always remember his air dodge animation where he sort of like just flexes with his hands behind his back. It's like, oh!
Yeah.
I always view Donkey Kong fighting as a party. It's that he knows that he is strong. He knows that he is powerful, and you're like a fly to him, but not in a oh, he's above you kind of way. In a, yeah, let me see if I can swat that fly. Oh, you're pretty fast. Oh, you're pretty fast, huh? Oh, how about this? Oh. He's not necessarily condescending, but he knows his place, he knows his strength, and he's going to enjoy this opportunity to sort of flex and show it off. He's very irregular compared to other heavyweights like Bowser and Ganondorf, who are all built around the one strong attack. Donkey Kong has that, of course, in his neutral special, the Giant Punch, which I believe would become very, very ingrained in popular culture as, oh yeah, that's Donkey Kong's finisher, the really big punch that he winds up like Popeye.
I mean, even his other moves, like the clap, you see that, like the new Spider-Man movie. I'm not going to get into spoilers, but because I think this was in the trailer, the Hulk is in it, and he does the big Donkey Kong hand slap to knock Spider-Man down. And in my theater, somebody said Donkey Kong when that happened. And it's like, cool.
Good. Ball. That's fantastic. But no, that is definitely a solid bombastic interpretation. I do wish that it didn't take 4 games for us to get his somersault.
Look, I wish it didn't take 3 games to get the deuteragonist of the series. I wish it didn't take 5 games to get the main antagonist of the series. Donkey Kong's always been playing catch up in Smash, but I usually really like the way he is portrayed in the series from the outset, even though his model on the N64 was hideous.
Oh, yes, definitely. But I appreciate my ugly son whenever he shows up. And that's nice and special to me. I just find it hilarious that, yes, our defining moments of Donkey Kong representation through the Smash Brothers series. Donkey Kong, the DK Rap, Diddy Kong, Rolling Forward, and King K. Rool. And the place where Cranky Kong takes a big dump in the river. You're right. I forgot. They always have that. It's so important to DK's identity.
It's so important that you understand that in the DKU, there's a lot of poopy jokes, and we need to honor that and celebrate that. Yeah, I really like Donkey Kong and Smash, and I also like kind of just elaborate on what you were saying. He's a heavy character, but he has so many aerial attacks that he retains that kind of nimbleness, that litheness from Donkey Kong Country, where he's not just big, heavy gorilla. He is at one with his environment, and he can bounce around a little bit and kind of go with the flow of the wind, as you said. And so I think that is also important to it. It just makes him a more fun character, right?
Yes,
because you can have those big heavyweight attacks, but you can also easily recover with Donkey Kong to the point where sometimes it feels cheap. And yeah, he knows he's good. He knows he's skilled at hand-to-hand combat. I don't know why he's so cocky around the time of Smash 4 when like 30 new fighters come in all wielding swords. At that point, I would put on some protection, put on some pads or something to keep my shins safe. from getting sliced.
He's in here, and then there's like this random yoga instructor next to him, and he looks over and he's like, "No, I think I'm good."
But yeah, like I think that Smash, for a lot of people's entryway into the series, actually has been beneficial, especially with Smash Ultimate and everything that it brought to the forefront for his series, for the accoutrements to Donkey Kong the character.
Definitely. One thing that I see from Smash fans is that, in general, Donkey Kong is just a very enjoyed character to see played. Because he's simple. He's very, very straightforward in what he does. He has a couple gimmicks with his grabs. He has a fairly predictable recovery. But he's always going to be scrapping with you. He's always going to be in your face. Yeah. And it makes for a very honest and fair fight, to the point that I believe that people have gone back to his interpretation in Melee, and like 25 years after the game's release, he is seeing his first actual tournament results.
Wow. That's impressive. You know, I am not great at Smash in the sense that like I would show off my skills ever. I enjoy Smash very much, but I enjoy it more for the just wild crossover, like, party game that it is. But I enjoy playing as Donkey Kong in Smash. Even when they added my favorite character of all time, Diddy Kong, I still played as Donkey Kong more because I think he's a more fun character to play as. And that is so atypical for me. You know, I'm very much like true blue to my faves. And yeah, Donkey Kong is one of my faves, but if it's between him and Diddy, 9.9 times out of 10, I'm choosing Diddy. Not in Smash.
No, wholeheartedly agreed. I love Donkey Kong. I play him in every single game of the Smash Brothers series until K. Rool came out, and I was like, oh, you made this for me.
K. Rool is also a lot of fun to play as, so I have kind of veered away from Donkey Kong. But out of the big four, for me, Donkey Kong, Diddy, K. Rool, and Banjo and Kazooie, Donkey Kong, I think, is still my favorite to play as. K. Rool's a close second.
I'm basically the opposite of you for just K. Rool there and DK a close second. Mm-hmm. And then Banjo. Diddy is there.
Diddy's also there, yeah. It's a shame. But you know what? We got that cutscene in Subspace Emissary, so it justifies it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I love Diddy there.
So then, let's get into an era outside of the buyout era, when they started to shore up a little bit more who Donkey Kong was by virtue of the same studio developing more than one mainline console game. Retro Studios took over the character for Donkey Kong Country Returns and then Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze in the first half of the 2010s. How would you describe Donkey Kong's portrayal there, as well as how the gameplay informs that?
How do I say, I don't love that they opened with a Donkey all confused moment, but I love everything that came after?
I don't love that they closed on a slapstick moon punch, but I love pretty much everything that came before that.
Okay, great. We're the exact opposite person. That's fantastic. So Donkey Kong in this game, I really appreciated the lengths that Retro went to in order to give their interpretation of Donkey Kong as a character through gameplay, which is that he is hefty. You feel it in every time that he jumps, and when he lands, there's a little bit of a screen shake. You feel the weight of the character. You feel when he, leads Knuckles first, and he's bouncing off of enemies. There's a forceful just elevation of the character every time, and momentum in this game has altered a bit from how it was in the original Donkey Kong Country trilogy. Donkey Kong is a lot more committal with his momentum. He's like,
if he was, weaving through the air in the original Donkey Kong Country, in Returns, he is like a very, very graceful brick. He will be launched forward and he will keep on going, but God, he is not looking back.
Yeah.
And woe be to those who are in the way of the graceful brick, because he is landing upon ye head and he is going to whatever place that he wants to go, and usually it's a bottomless pit.
Usually, yeah. Yeah, it's hard for me to play these games when I just have Donkey Kong. Either I haven't come across a DK or a DD or a DX or a CK barrel yet, or like I'm playing in a harder mode with just Donkey Kong. I find him a little bit too hefty to my liking. He's lacking some of the grace and nimbleness and just airiness that you found in the original Donkey Kong Country or even Smash. And yeah, you get a Kong on his back, either Diddy or Dixie or Cranky. It's great. It's fine. But I don't know. Donkey himself is my least favorite to play as in both of these games.
Well, I think that these games don't really do anything to solve the vanilla ice cream problem that Donkey Kong has continued to find himself in ever since Donkey Kong 64, honestly, with like a small diversion in, I suppose, Jungle Beat and Smash Brothers. Even when you play as another Kong in these games, if you're playing as them solo, they have more litheness in the air than Donkey Kong does. Donkey Kong's committal nature is very unique to DK. It just happens to be something that doesn't really give him any advantage whatsoever.
Yeah.
It's entirely a feel thing.
Yeah. And, I mean, they get around the vanilla-ness, at least in single player, by having him be the vessel onto which the other Kongs ride around on. And I've never really warmed up to this and the way they devise multiplayer, like two-player gameplay in these games, because I feel like it really does deprive you of, that's my Kong, like, I want to play as Diddy, I want to play as Dixie, but I don't really have that opportunity in single player. And, you know, they're kind of along for the ride with Donkey Kong. And because of that, some abilities are kind of pared down and they're made more equal. They're able to stand by themselves when you're playing two player. And so, yeah, I don't know. I think that Donkey is very much this, like, more of a container for the other Kongs in these two games. And his portrayal is great. Like, I like the way he's portrayed. He is, I think, closer to the Rare interpretation than what we saw in Jungle Beat or several of the Mario games of the aughts. But they do emphasize the more comical, slapsticky Donkey Kong 64 aspect of the character. It's a little bit more understated here, and it's usually more ascribed to the bombast of the environment itself. There's lots of big set pieces in these games. Every stage pretty much ends in this big cacophony of the environment crumbling around you, and Donkey Kong is kind of haplessly along for the ride. And he's kind of reacting in a funny way, but he pulls together. You get a lot of that. And yeah, sometimes it gets a bit much in Return, specifically, like the Moon Punch. But otherwise, I have far less qualms with it here than in DK64.
Oh yeah, I find in this game, or this duology, Donkey Kong is more of a
very hapless force of nature.
Yes.
I think that the moment of him not being affected by the Tiki tribe's hypnotism is very emblematic of what he will do with the rest of the game. Donkey Kong will go to ancient ruins, to fully developed factories, throw himself into the middle of a tornado, and he will just plow through it. And he will just do a basic Donkey Kong thing. And because of that, everything is exploding around him.
Yeah, it's basically taking a lot of the influence for the original Donkey Kong Country, which was what the team grew up on. In that case, Indiana Jones movies, for example. And like you look at those movies and just the shit that Indiana Jones gets into, usually along the same lines, he's kind of just hapsly bumbling into it and then getting in over his head, but then making it out, just in the nick of time. That's what Donkey Kong does in these games. And I kind of love that. Some might argue he doesn't have as much agency as a result, but no, things are crumbling because he's entered the situation. And yeah, it's a bit much, but he gets the job done in the end.
Yes, there's definitely an inspiration from cartoons there. I go back to like Tex Avery shorts, the idea of like Droopy the dog, who is this unassuming, almost perpetually depressed character who will waddle into a situation and everything around him will explode. Donkey Kong is that, but he is hyped up on banana juice and is just rolling straight on through. You cannot stop him. He is inevitable.
Yeah. And I really like Tropical Freeze. Tropical Freeze, I think, really did a good job of, granted, like, you don't have a lot of time spent observing the characters outside of the action in either of these games. Like, you get the cutscenes at the beginning and the end of the game, and then the animations when they approach a boss. But I do think that Donkey Kong always reads to me as genuinely the same guy from Rare onward. And I don't have the, like, quibbles I did during the buyout era and the many different versions of Donkey Kong we got during that stretch of time. I look at these games and I'm like, okay, that's my Donkey Kong. For any issue I have with Donkey Kong being the least fun, especially when Tropical Freeze came to the Switch and we got new funky mode, and it was just like, oh yeah, here's a version of Donkey Kong that can do all the things. And how fun is that? And it makes me feel bad for Donkey Kong because, yeah, Funky is way more fun to play as.
Well, yeah, that's famous character Funky Kong, ambassador of the entire Nintendo Wii. Everyone loves him. Who's Donkey Kong?
Donkey Kong is just, like you said, a brick, and Funky Kong is a brick that can surf through the air, and it's just delightful.
Absolutely. I suppose my big issue with Donkey Kong in these games is just that he feels like he is Diddy's animal buddy.
Yeah, a little bit, which then becomes like really awkward when Donkey Kong rides on Rambi, because you're like, how far does this act go? Like, who's riding on Diddy?
Oh, well, that's where all the ticks went, you see.
Oh, terrific.
Yes, don't worry. You're actually playing as the Tick. Patrick Warburton is voicing this true protagonist on the back of Diddy Kong.
It always comes down to defacing the moon at the end of the day.
I'm not ready to add Chairface Chippendale to the DKU. I can't do it. But yeah, my overall feelings is that Donkey Kong did get a solid grounding here.
Yeah.
But I mean that very literally.
Yeah.
He is as low to the ground as he has been, and I don't think up to this point he has shaken his title as more of an ambassador for Donkey Kong, at least from a gameplay perspective. I think from a personality perspective, he is really starting to come unto his own and is sort of stabilizing where he has been in this limbo of spin-offs
for a very long time.
It gave him direction. It gave him direction for the first time in 8 years. And that was, at the very least, a foundation with which to build on. I realized my analogy started off as a travel one, and then it became more like housebound, and I apologize for mixing the metaphors there. But yeah, I think that like Donkey Kong Country Returns and Tropical Freeze are kind of essential to get us to where Donkey Kong eventually needed to be as this really appealing character, but you kind of had to wash away the detritus. You had to kind of get rid of all these confusing aspects of the character that were born out of that tug of war between studios and preferred interpretations, and made me harken back to the arcade era. He doesn't need to be a hero. Maybe he's this wild ape man of the jungles, wagging his tongue and baring his teeth. Maybe he's still the guy from the Donkey Kong Country games, being this gentle mentor. And I think Returns and Tropical Freeze, they're able to keep some of that bombast from Jungle Beat, keep some of that delicious violence that the character reveled in there and in Smash, but brought back in his relationship with the other Kongs, brought back in a focus on nature, and which granted was there in Jungle Beat, but so few people play Jungle Beat. Have him be like at one with his environment, even as it crumbles around him. It did do a lot to kind of shore up all of the confusion from the previous 8 years and take the character on a trajectory where he could eventually become more than just that empty ambassador.
There is a term in wrestling called "and then the match started," which is to say, a wrestler who has everything that they need. They're fantastic on the mic. They have bombast in their intro. They are dancing. The crowd loves them. And then they get to the wrestling part of it. Mm-hmm. And you're like, ooh. At this point, that is about where Donkey Kong is for me. Not to say that Returns' gameplay or Tropical Freeze's gameplay are rough in any capacity.
No,
because they are excellent games. But compared to the luminaries around him, Donkey Kong is the whole package when it comes to selling himself. But I don't think at this point he has cemented exactly where he needs to be as a kinetic character, so to speak.
I agree. I agree completely with that.
And fortunately, I do think that with this foundation, we got some actually pretty incredible spin-off appearances for DK in this very quiet Renaissance era for him.
Yeah, so Tropical Freeze came out, of course, and then Retro moved on. They wanted to do new projects and new IPs potentially, and of course they eventually just found their way back to Metroid in the long run, but that's another story. So Donkey Kong was effectively without a home again, although attempts were made, as we've documented here. But for 11 years, Donkey Kong only made appearances in other games, in Mario games, in Smash Brothers games. And a lot of that was defined by what Retro laid down in Returns and Tropical Freeze.
Mm-hmm. And I do generally like these appearances of Donkey Kong more than I do his more mid-aughts appearances.
Sure.
I feel like he's a bit more showy. It's sort of leaning into like the personality he showed in the Punch-Out game for Wii. Mm-hmm. And I do appreciate that as well. I always think of all the various poses he does in Mario Kart 8. He's almost bodybuilder-esque in that sense.
It even kind of harkens back to some of his animations in Donkey Kong Country, where he's doing his little dance. He's doing a little, like, shimmy shake when he knocks Cranky down in the intro.
Yeah.
Even, like, his little scuffle with Diddy during the credits. There's a bit of a ham in Donkey Kong.
Yeah, there's solid cheek to him, in addition to the two that he always prominently portrays.
Yeah, we've gone all this time without talking about his magnificent ass, which is the only consistent bit of character design and portrayal, really, for the last 32 years.
They can take it away from Wario. They can take it away from Solid Snake, but Donkey Kong never falters. Even when it seems that his cheeks are down, he just has to beat a little harder and he'll cheek right back up, stronger than ever.
I keep pointing out that donk has become slang for magnificent ass, and I don't think that's a coincidence.
No, not in the slightest. I do have to ask, I don't have much familiarity with his Evel Knievel interpretation in Skylanders Superchargers.
Yeah.
Is there anything outstanding there? I know, like, he has Diddy with him for a few moves.
Yeah, Diddy pops out in the sidecar on occasion. But yeah, I mean, I don't find anything objectionable about Donkey Kong and Skylanders. I think it's a good design. I think it's one of the few times that the toothy grin works with the more Kev Bayless style brow. I think that him in a stuntman jumpsuit works for the character, that bit of a showman, that bit of a exhibitionist at times. And, you know, I really thought it was solid enough where I was excited when I heard Vicarious Visions. Well, I guess I didn't hear about Vicarious Visions working on Donkey Kong until the project had already fallen through, but I was excited about the possibility, however ephemeral it was by that point, all the same. But, yeah, I mean, it's basically just, Donkey Kong, as he would appear in Mario games of that era, except as a more up to the player leading role, you know, depending on which Skylander you scanned in.
No, definitely. I was just curious. I have no negative connotations toward Skylanders, and I rather like its interpretation of the Crash Bandicoot characters that it introduced to that franchise. So I was more curious than anything. It's just not a gameplay style that particularly appealed to me.
Oh, no, it's not very engaging at all, but I like looking at Donkey Kong. Makes me clap whenever I see him. I'm like, yay!
That is impressive clapping if it came from not your hands.
No, that was my hand. Those were my hands.
I was thrilled for a moment, and now I am left disappointed. Well done, sir. But what did not disappoint me was probably weirdly, I guess you could say, Donkey Kong's defining appearance on the Switch, which is wild to say.
I wouldn't say it's his defining appearance, but it's the closest we came to a mainline Donkey Kong game for the Switch that wasn't a Donkey Kong game that had been released for a prior console, and that is the DLC for Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle, Donkey Kong Adventure.
Absolutely. So I did make a video when I was doing Donkey Kong December in 2022 that claimed that this was the defining appearance of Donkey Kong as a character as expressed through gameplay. And up to that point, I feel like I do stand by that. I don't know how familiar you are with tactical RPGs in like the XCOM and Fire Emblem style.
I played one Fire Emblem game, the first one released in the West on the Game Boy Advance. I think it's been resubtitled as The Burning Bed?
I think it's Blazing Blade?
Burning Bed, what? So yeah, I think that I've played that, and then that's it.
Gotcha. So, in general, those are very rigid sort of games. You know, you move your unit, you do your thing, and then they stay there, and you hope that they don't get ganged up on by, like, 8 different dudes.
Right.
Or you try to avoid that situation where possible. And I feel like the Mario plus Rabbids games do lean into that aspect, and it's very cognizant with their overall design decision. But Donkey Kong goes, like, crazy in that. There are so many opportunities in that game for DK to extend his ability to move between like the various vines that he can swing on, between the platforms and walls that he can scale up basically instantaneously. The fact that he can grab another character and then fling them to somewhere else on the map, and that will enable their abilities, and then they get their full turn afterward. The fact that he has his bongos, which can attract a bunch of enemies into a more ideal position for his teammates. When he has his bananarang that he can use to bounce people all around. There's such a beauty to DK's design in that he is the biggest, fastest, and strongest member of his team between himself, Rabid Peach, and Rabid Cranky. But he's not really the direct damage dealer of his team. That's Cranky. What Donkey Kong does is he enables everyone else around him to be their best. And it's at this moment when I'm doing like 8 different actions in one turn as Donkey Kong and then setting up Rabid Cranky to absolutely go to town on everyone else, where I'm like, oh, I am their big buddy. I am their protector.
Yes.
I have become the big brother who is supporting everyone else to become the best version of themselves. And this is where all of the ideas of Donkey Kong just clicked in my head for me. The idea of Donkey Kong the athlete, Donkey Kong the showman, Donkey Kong the big buddy, Donkey Kong the rhythmic musical maestro who just does things naturally, Donkey Kong the force of nature who will destroy the terrain around him and throw them at other people, because what, are you gonna stop him? Not a chance. Donkey Kong the big guy who buries you in the ground because he's so strong. All of these elements coalesced for me in this one moment and just made me feel like, oh, my boy is home.
It took a while. It took a long time for all of these ideas to kind of thread together. But yeah, it gets there. And that's a great point that I had not considered about Donkey Kong Adventure, is how Donkey Kong almost reflexively just slides into the role as big brother, as mentor, as the protector. It's like he doesn't even decide to do it anymore. He just does it. It feels familiar enough to him at this point, with his years of adventuring with Diddy and Dixie and even OG Cranky, not Rabid Cranky, but he does it, and it just secondhand. It's who he is at this point, and he doesn't even have to think about it.
Completely, and just... Of course, I love the little details of, oh, yes, oh my god, it's so great to hear the Donkey Kong 64 DK Islands theme again, and how the animals all hum the theme around him. I think I cried when I heard a seagull start to join into the melody and be like, oh, this is the majesty of Donkey Kong's world and the majesty of Donkey Kong's exploration. Oh, look, this gun looks like espresso. Yay. Give me the espresso gun again, please.
Right. People have to remember how hard up we were in that era, too, where a gun that looked like espresso was a big damn deal.
Right. But just going through it, every individual step of the way for this, my heart was just set aflutter by Donkey Kong in this game, because I had always loved Donkey Kong up to this point to an absurdist degree, and it always felt like, why do you love vanilla ice cream so much? And I went, well, you don't understand, you can't possibly understand the depths of the vanilla. You see, he's gone through so many different flavors and interpretations over time. It's like I finally saw all of the potential he showed realized. The match started, and he put on a 5-star clinic.
I would also say, for your vanilla ice cream analogy, vanilla ice cream often serves as the base for more complex flavors. And those complex flavors in this case would be Diddy and Dixie and Cranky and what have you. Rabid Peach, Rabid Cranky. And you can use it to just go off into so many directions, but it's stable, it's reliable, it's a good starting place, and that's kind of the role Donkey Kong has settled into.
Yes. But now I don't have to go, well, it's vanilla and I like it because I like all the flavors that vanilla enables. Now it's become something new, something wholly unto itself. It is grown and seen the potential that I've always felt, that I've always placed in Donkey Kong up to this point. And I thought to myself, my God, there is no way that they are going to be able to convey this to a platformer in the future. There is absolutely no shot that they get the strength of Donkey Kong, the momentum of Donkey Kong, the feeling of Donkey Kong as a protector who makes you better than you could possibly be, the expansive ideas of what you could deliver to Donkey Kong in level design, as they are in this admittedly very simple and very streamlined turn-based strategy RPG. Like, how could they possibly achieve that?
Well, it's funny you say that, because Donkey Kong Adventure was the first game that really had insight by brand managers for Donkey Kong at Nintendo, because by this point, Donkey Kong had been taken back in internally, and they were far more protective of who Donkey Kong was as a character, as an IP, as a franchise, than they ever had been in the years before. And so I think you see your first glimpse of Bananza Donkey Kong in Kingdom Battle, in Donkey Kong Adventure. It's starting to peek out a little bit, but we wouldn't really get the full complexity of that vanilla ice cream for several more years. 2025, when Donkey Kong Bonanza and the true new era of Donkey Kong would finally begin.
Yeah, it means a lot to me. He's pretty good in that game. He's cool.
He's all right.
Yeah.
No, Donkey Kong Bonanza is the most time I've ever spent with Donkey Kong, really. I mean, even in all the times I've spent with him in Donkey Kong Country, Donkey Kong Land, Donkey Kong 64, that time was split between other Kongs. I was playing as Diddy. I was, playing as Lanky Kong. Even in the, retro games, I would always be focused on getting to that next DK barrel or that DD barrel or DX barrel, and really just celebrating the partner Kong on his back. And he does have a partner in Bonanza, in the young Pauline, but it's really Donkey Kong showcase through and through, and it really defines Donkey Kong. You know exactly who this guy is by the end of the game, and you love him.
Oh, I adore him. Donkey Kong is so good in this game that he becomes a problem for every other 3D platforming protagonist.
Oh, yeah.
I look at my shelf and I go, Banjo who?
I just replayed Banjo-Kazooie on the Super Pocket Rare Edition, and fantastic version of Banjo-Kazooie. Highly recommended. I eventually got into the swing of things, but I do admit not being able to scale walls very, very quickly does annoy me at this point in any 3D platformer, because they finally cracked it. They finally figured out how to make Donkey Kong control like Donkey Kong, but also be incredibly fun to play and not make you wish that you had Diddy or Dixie or Cranky along for the ride, or make you wish you could just switch them out for Funky Kong. Donkey Kong is a absolute joy to play as in Bonanza. And again, they're pulling all of these ideas of Donkey Kong mechanically from the last 32 years, and they're making it all crystallize into this perfect formula.
I wouldn't even call it a formula. I think that one of the best things about Donkey Kong in Bananza is the almost freeform jazz approach that he takes to level design and ideas. Obviously, like, the Bananza forms were highlighted as a massive part of this game, being able to transform and alter Donkey Kong. However, I found there is so much that you can do with base Donkey Kong in this game. I tried, even in my first playthrough, to not utilize the Bananza forms unless I felt like I absolutely had to, or I got an idea of, wouldn't it be funny if I could do this? What do you mean I could do this? Oh, God. But in general, Donkey Kong's base movement is so wonderful. And I know a lot has been said about Donkey Kong's ability of destruction in this game, of being able to terraform anything that you see before you, short of the level boundaries themselves, and make it your own to, you know, the level design chagrin to a point. But the ability for Donkey Kong to move through this game goes so much further than the base instinct of monkey destroy things. You can climb up on nearly whatever surface that you want, unless they're like, no, this one is actually slippery because we don't want you there right now.
Right.
You can scale any height, you can take any part of the terrain, and depending on its durability, you can utilize it to further your own momentum. Donkey Kong is not open world in his design, but he is open world in what you can do with him. It's not that the world is open to you at all times, is that Donkey Kong, by nature of who he is opening up the world. It is a closed world that Donkey Kong, like, rips and tears his way to make open. And that is beauty to me. That is so strong and allows for Donkey Kong's inherent momentum that he still has, that isn't halted by walls or obstacles, and, like, even contextual things like, did you even know before you beat the game that he has, like, the Kiddy Kong water skip?
Yeah.
I somehow missed that. But the fact that he had that, I was like, oh, he can just do that. Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
I'm not done learning.
It's great because, you know, I've always said, like, I don't define Donkey Kong by his strength. I define him more by who he is, personality-wise, like how he was written. And this is one of the first times outside of maybe Smash in that very specific context where I feel like his strength complements his characterization, where his harmony with nature and his zeal for exploration goes hand in hand with his ability to just rip shit up. And it doesn't feel contradictory, and you have that fallback too, where you can just reset the terrain. Like, oh yeah, the Fractoons come in and they fix all this. Don't worry. You're not actually scarring the landscape permanently. But his strength combined with his agility, chunk jumping, Pierre, like, I can't say enough good things about the concept of chunk jumping.
Oh, I know you adore your chunks. I appreciate that you can jump with your chunks.
You can jump with your chunks. It's taking a bit of strength, combining it with a bit of agility, and it's making something perfect. And yeah, the ability to climb on walls unless they're inexplicably sweating grease is just the missing sauce. It's that missing ingredient that really can help define what 3D Donkey Kong is in comparison to Mario. It's the thing that justifies its existence even more so than the voxel destruction. It's how agile Donkey Kong is. And yeah, he's coded more as an orangutan than a gorilla in this. I do not care. It's perfectly fine. It is still Donkey Kong, and it really just brings together that same amount of kinetic bopping and swinging from Donkey Kong Country into a 3D landscape.
I think that the first time that I surfed was the time that I realized, oh, this is completely open. And then realizing, I can do that on the poison in the forest layer. I can do it on any liquid surface that I choose, as long as my terrain doesn't degrade underneath me.
Yes.
Made me feel the absolute flexibility of Donkey Kong. There is an inherent rhythm to how you play Donkey Kong that in this game that is so unique to him and so strong based around him. It is something that is thought of like almost subconsciously, the fact that you have to continue moving in this direction. He still has continued momentum, but there are so many opportunities to change it up. So many, when you hit like the perfect moment to chunk jump and extend your momentum, when you hit the perfect moment to undo your turf surf, when you hit the perfect moment to roll off of a platform, to continue that roll jump, to then link it to one of your other options, to combine that with a Bananza power, you create the beat that guides Donkey Kong through this game. And if you mess it up, you will, fall down, but it is so easy to pick that up again and keep on going. Donkey Kong isn't an infallible force of nature in this game. It is not inevitable that he will create the destruction or the path forward. You create that. You do that through your observations. It is a direct reflection of your skill and your connection with DK as he is as a kinetic force that creates the peak of what Bananza can possibly offer you. And it is so addictive and so everything that I adore about game design, about controlling a character in 3D space, that I am intoxicated with it. I am infatuated with it. The movie Obsession was written for my love of Donkey Kong in this game.
I have obviously played quite a bit of Bananza, and I didn't think I was going to like Emerald Rush, right? But Emerald Rush was so addicting for me, partially because of how it required me to get better at all of the varied ways Donkey Kong can play in this, and how much fun you discover those ways can be, even if they're outside your comfort zone. And I think that just speaks to the underlying ethos of Bananza and how it complements the other games of this series and the general mission statement of Donkey Kong, the philosophy of Donkey Kong, which has kind of slowly been built up since Donkey Kong Country. And that is harmony with one's environment. That is like the jungle beats, in this case exemplified by the Bananza energies emanating from the Banandium roots in the heart of gold in the planet core. And it's basically Donkey Kong's use the force, right? Donkey Kong and Pauline are tapping into this almost celestial energy that is the personification of the musical harmony of one's nature around themselves. Those little birds that were singing the DK Isles song in Donkey Kong Adventure, that is this game. And the fact that they were able to just pull it all together, all of this nonsense, all of these disparate visions, and make it cohesive, make it all make sense, and give us a version of the character of Donkey Kong, who is, yet again, a caring mentor figure. Really, in this case, not even a big brother, but for the first time, a surrogate father. He's still subject to his vices and desires, as Nintendo seemingly prefers him to be, but you can still choose to do the right thing. With Donkey Kong, you can step up. You can have the option in dialogue to prioritize Pauline's needs over Donkey Kong's own wants, in this case being bananas. His redesign. Can I just say how much his redesign opens up the character, and all of these things they've tried to force into the character since the Rare buyout. Look, I love the Kev Bayless design. I will always appreciate that model of Donkey Kong. I love the jankiness of that 1994 ACM hot dog finger Donkey Kong. I will always hold that near and dear to my heart as my favorite version of the character. However, you were very limited with what you could do with that design. He was coded to be 90s cool, after all, and it's a bit weird to make him goofy, to make him a bit of a klutz, or somebody who can have those overly bombastic, aggressive moments. You put those big teeth in that face, and it doesn't really work. But with this design, you can have Toothy Grin Donkey Kong, and somehow it doesn't read as him being an abusive jerk. It just reads as him being Donkey Kong. Damn it, it works.
I'm impressed that they managed. I always think of the animation when the Bananza version of Donkey Kong punches either like the brambles that are too hot for him, or the or lava or something, where his hand swells up and he starts shaking it out and going ah, ah, ah. It's so cartoony and so over the top, but it fits with the character not having thought first and dealing with the consequences of that action. And I don't think that it would read nearly as well with the Kev Bayless interpretation. I will always love that as well. It means a whole bunch to me. It's one of the few video game characters that have a handle on top like the GameCube, thus allowing it for excellent form factor. But this version of Donkey Kong works so well to, as you said, encapsulate all of these individual disparate pieces. It in the way that the Jungle Beat interpretation is manic in how he devours bananas, when this one breaks open a Banandium gem and goes hop, 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 and devours every little bit, I am endeared in the same way that I am laughing at the ridiculousness of that Jungle Beat version of it.
He still does the Battletoads bug eyes thing on occasion. It's still in there. He can still be a bit of a lazy bum at times, so it's okay. Take a little nap in your getaway. You've earned it, buddy. He is selfish at times, but he ultimately always does the right thing. He gets in over his head. He musters the courage and the strength and the energy to persevere, and he does the job. And the fact that I can look at this Donkey Kong and see my Donkey Kong from 1994, I can see the Jungle Beat Donkey Kong from 2005, I can see the Retro Duology Donkey Kong, I can see Smash Donkey Kong, I can even see the Donkey Kong who's Mario Partied a bit too hard, who's hit the links, and hit Link in Smash Brothers. I see all Donkey Kongs from 94 onward in this as one singular character for the first time in my fandom, without having to justify it, without having to squint, without having to come up with all these plausible rationalizations like, oh yeah, subliminal advertising brainwashed him because of the time that a mad scientist Crocodile King messed about in his brain and tried to make him a puppet ruler of his failing empire.
But what's so wrong about that? That seems perfectly logical to me.
Yeah, it just makes my job a whole lot easier when everything's just kind of consistent.
Well, I think people just need to listen. They need to wake up to the truth.
Yeah,
like,
but
if you can't understand that he used the brainwaves to turn him into a egomaniacal maniac that could only talk in a robotic speak and had robot Duke Nukem head shooting lasers at them that then turned into a living mortar cannon, like, what are we even doing? Like, but it's so then, easy to understand.
Even then, Bananza references chaos not once, but twice. I love this game. This game is just made for every Donkey Kong fan, no matter when you came into the series. Even those old fogies who got into the arcade era and complained about Rare's Donkey Kong for years. It finds a way to celebrate it all. And I never thought the series would be at harmony with itself to this extent. I never thought that we could have a Donkey Kong that would please most fans. I know Bananza isn't going to be for everyone. I know that there will be people who still quibble with this design, with this interpretation of Donkey Kong. It doesn't do it right. And that's part of the problem of Nintendo characters, is you can project so much of yourself onto them that when it veers from that, it feels like character assassination. I do empathize with that. But as somebody who has been in the trenches for 32 years, fighting the fight for my Donkey Kong versus toothy grin jackass Donkey Kong versus dumb Mario supporting character Donkey Kong versus arcade purist, he's nothing more than a King Kong pastiche Donkey Kong. As somebody who has been doing that, and I can now just, again, lay down my arms, lay down my burdens, because everything is at peace. Finally, in the Congo jungle.
I just can't wait to get back to the Congo jungle. The little nostalgia country section was not enough for me.
Oh, I just walk around a little bit in DK Island in the DLC. Just that little stretch of the Congo jungle we get, where you hear like the menagerie of animals just chirping and hollering in the background, and it's just like, oh yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna settle here for like 30 minutes and just take it in as like ambient background noise.
Oh, same. The little waterfall where I go, and this is where Warp Pad 3 used to be.
Yeah.
Makes me so happy.
And then you climb up to the top, and there's that bonus stage there, but it's also the general location of the Golden Temple and Returns. I've basically mapped out everything, where everything is on DK Island in Bananza versus past games. Like, I can tell you how it like corresponds with Donkey Kong Land, with King of Swing, with Donkey Kong 64 and Returns, and even various cameo game appearances. I am making a mental map in my head, and I need to put pen to paper at some point. But it all works. Trust me.
No, I entirely believe you. I don't need to trust, because you're just correct. Just going off of this interpretation, as someone who has been the big brother figure in their life to a lot of people, who has seen elements of Donkey Kong that I have wanted to emulate, that kindness, that sort of like, when you come into this world and there is a character who embodies the traits of the big buddy, who embodies the traits of the strong, consistent rock, and you see them struggle, and you see the franchise around them struggle, and then you get this interpretation that not only has all of these elements, that not only allows you to feel strong and powerful and swift and skillful, and like you have a beat in your soul and music in your step, but you can see through their relationship with Pauline. You can feel how their actions, their skill inspires them, going from timid and screaming at launching out of barrel cannons to going woohoo and having fun with it. And every time she cries out, "Hey, a banana!" And just that level of encouragement, being able to feel as Pauline, as a player surrogate, sort of what is so special about Donkey Kong, what makes him Donkey Kong. There are a lot of sentiments around games like, this really makes you feel like Spider-Man. But Donkey Kong Bonanza, I don't feel does that. I feel like it lets you discover what feeling like Donkey Kong is like, what putting yourself in the necktie is like. And I think it's just utterly beautiful. I think that Donkey Kong inspiring creativity in players, inspiring music within players, a beat within players, and that being reflected in Pauline is what I love most about Bananza. It didn't just bring back everything that I hoped that it would coalesce, that I didn't believe that it possibly could coalesce as. It did that and then some, but it also created something new. It created something new of something old that I had thought about to an inane degree, to the point that people would think is utterly ridiculous. And it took that and it surprised me, and it gave me something new that I didn't know that I valued to this degree and didn't know that I needed to this degree. And in all my curmudgeoniness and all my Cranky Kong-esque doubts and cynicism, allowed my heart to grow and filled it with something that I couldn't possibly deny. That is a transcendent experience to me.
Yes, it's definitely transcendent, and it's really buoyed by those chunk jumps. You really get higher into the spiritual heavens.
You really love this chunk jump analogy, dude.
I absolutely adore chunk jumping. In fact, I might just make a shirt that says chunk jumper on it. I think that's a good use of my time.
Absolutely.
Another good use of our time would be answering some phone calls, because we got some phone calls for this episode, Pierre. The DK Vine hotline is always open at 1-202-630-VINE. That is 8463. Yes, that is a Washington, D.C. area code. Had somebody on social media worry because they called and they realized it was a D.C. area code, and they were like, wait, is this some sort of entrapment? I'm like, no, I registered the phone number with a D.C. area code because I thought it was funny, like it's some sort of government agency. At the time I did that, it seemed like a good laugh, and it's only now that it seems quite scary and intimidating. Apologies, but don't worry, the DK Vine hotline is legit. It just goes to our little voicemail, and I then can play your calls on the podcast. So, you ready to start playing these calls? We got 6 to get through, and we also got some comments from Blue Sky. If you're a little sheepish about leaving your voice on a voicemail that is connected to a Washington, D.C. area code, fear not, for you can just send me a message on Blue Sky, and I will read it on air. All right. Let's go ahead and play our first caller.
Hello, DK Vine. This is Red Kettle. And, what makes Donkey Kong feel like Donkey Kong? I admit I am one of those people who was introduced through Donkey Kong to various Mario multiplayer games. So obviously him being like the big, slow, heavy one. Super Smash Bros. My first big exposure to like the playable Donkey Kong with a unique moveset. So my Donkey Kong does tend to be someone who's, slower, heavier, hits hard. And the first time I played that normal, like a solo Donkey Kong Country game was Tropical Freeze, and it kind of threw me off that he had to jump on his opponents like Mario does, because I kept thinking like, oh, he's a big ape, I can probably punch him. But no, I had to jump on him. Although I did eventually warm up to that gameplay style, and I definitely enjoyed Donkey Kong Country series. And, probably recency bias or not, but DK Bananza is honestly, my ideal way of how Donkey Kong should feel to play as. Let's see if it's a big, strong ape who can punch through or anything. And unlike Jungle Beat, which I also enjoy, it also does show that, he's a chill guy, he's a caring guy, he'll look after kids. And he'll use his strength to protect kids and not just to punch things for the sake of it. And I believe that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for the call. Pierre, I think this call just summed up everything we were saying in 3 hours in 1:40. So I feel kind of foolish.
Well, no, I do feel a little bit like maybe I've taken the piss for a little too long. However, we wouldn't have had the love of chunk jumps. We wouldn't have been able to explore Diddy's hero training to the extent that we did. I feel like we've been on a nice little journey, Sometimes it's not about the destination, as this caller has illustrated. Sometimes it's about taking way too long to get to your point, which is honestly what all my videos are about.
It's taken me 335 hours to really experience most everything in Bananza. So, yeah, I'm right there with you.
Mm-hmm. I do find it funny, their mention of, oh, right, it was weird that Donkey Kong didn't just punch the Snowmads. I would have expected that. And that didn't occur to me that Donkey Kong's interpretation would lean more beat 'em up in that sense, in that era.
Yeah. I suppose you can still roll into them, though. Well, some.
Well, yes.
Yes. Yeah, Donkey Kong doesn't always have to use his fist when the rest of his body is firm and supple. I'm talking about his butt again, if you couldn't tell.
Well, obviously you're talking about his butt. There are other things to admire on his body. The pectorals, specifically. I don't know how he managed to vibrate them so hard in his avoided out prison, but damn did he manage. But
also, that ass. That's all I have. Thank you so much for the call. Let's go ahead and play our second caller.
I'm sorry, I don't objectify DK as much as you do.
No, I celebrate him. I celebrate his soul and his body.
Very well. Let's enjoy our next caller.
Hello, Hyle. Hello, Kier. Welcome back to the show. This is Chromax calling in for the Donkey Kong characterization episode. I do want to say we're talking about malleability, and I think that the most important conversation to be had there was like after the buyout and after Nintendo started handling the character more. Obviously, it was not like 100% consistent across Bear's output. You know, there's Donkey Kong 64 where he talks like a caveman at the start, but I think that's kind of minor. So one thing I would say here is something we don't talk as much about in the buyout era was the Mario versus Donkey Kong games, even though those were, you know, from some perspectives, the most consistent like releases that he was getting. And I think this speaks to the fact that especially for like internal Nintendo studios, they think about characters' mechanics and like their sort of role in the game more so than like character traits. So Donkey Kong is like cast in the same role as his grandpa there because, you know, mechanically he has to be the Donkey Kong who like steals the thing or takes the lady, even if that kind of clashes with what this Donkey Kong's been shown to do. I think this is like especially bad for the Mario universe, as in like this happens a lot. We have, for example, you know, Yoshi and Toad, who are distinct individuals, I guess, but are also not very clearly distinguished from like everybody else in their species who shares their name. It's even the case for Kamek, funnily enough. Like Kamek is just a sort of direct anglicization of Kaneku, which is the Japanese version for Magic Koopa. So in Japan especially, for a while it wasn't even really clear if there was a specific individual called Kamek who was like Bowser's henchman or something, although that's, you know, starting to shift obviously with the movies. And speaking of the movies, I think that Donkey Kong is starting to become a little bit more consistent in part because they've like found a mechanical identity for him that works. Like, you know, in Bananza, they were testing like destructible terrain and they feel like Donkey Kong was a good shot for that. I think Pierre's video on Void Kong is like really good about like Bananza's like selling the positive power of destruction and how Donkey Kong can embody that. And also I think that Nintendo's becoming more interesting in characterization because of the movies. Because obviously these characters need to become stronger personalities in order to like work in movie format at all, even if it's kind of minimal. So they kind of had to pick a direction for Donkey Kong, when of course we have the Donkey Kong movie almost certainly coming up in 2028, and that's following on the heels of the Mario movie where they're, you know, trying to put more character drama in there, even if it's kind of mixed results. I'll throw one little kind of tangent here just to give my own personal opinion a bit. I called a long time ago about the whether Donkey Kong is Donkey Kong Jr. or not. I said he was probably Jr. in that call. I don't know what I was smoking. I'm definitely Donkey Kong the third truther now. But thank you for taking the call.
Well, thank you for the call. We'll have to agree to disagree. I agreed with a lot of your call up until the very end. I am still a Donkey Kong Jr. Advocate for him being the modern Donkey Kong, and I think Nintendo is just going the path of least resistance by saying Cranky is his dad in the movie. I think there's no reason to shy away from that. Maybe I should do a whole video about that topic at some point, but I'm scared, Peter. I'm scared so much about the backlash it would receive either way. So,
oh, don't worry about it. My stance is that it doesn't matter, dude. The found family idea of the Kongs matters significantly more. So whether Cranky is Donkey Kong's biological father or grandfather is incidental and secondary to the role that Cranky Kong establishes in his life. The bonds between the Kongs and how they inspire each other is the strongest aspect, which is to say that the point is stupid and the episode is pointless, and yeah, I win. I've done it. I've cracked the code. The answer is to please no one, Hyle.
But yeah, the movie, Super Mario Brothers movie, and the upcoming Donkey Kong movie, still to be officially announced. But it is, I think, something we can also point to and say, like, this is how Nintendo is seeing the character in the modern day. And there's a lot of what we discussed on this episode in the movie, as far as the showman, kind of the showboat, the Nepo baby who is kind of shirking his duty, who can't live up to the expectations of Cranky. That's all there. So you get a little bit of the antagonist to Mario. I love their relationship in the movie. And I know I've said this time and time again, but it just blows my mind that it's really more of the Mario and Donkey Kong movie than the Mario Brothers movie, but whatever.
Right.
It is so well done. And even if I'm not like a huge fan of Seth Rogen's interpretation of Donkey Kong, I would have a problem with anybody voicing Donkey Kong, because again, it's a deeply personal character to me. I'm just happy with the broad strokes of it. Could have been a lot worse. And this is somebody who like spent way too much of his youth complaining about the cartoon. Like the fact that the Super Mario Brothers movie can come out, and yeah, I don't like what they did with that. I don't like what they did with that, but overall, I'm very happy with how they handled the Kongs. That's huge growth for me. So
congratulations on being able to do that. No, most of my issues with Donkey Kong's interpretation in the Super Mario Brothers movie don't come with how he is written or how he is portrayed. They're just like general issues with how I find that the Mario movies are written.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Any complaint that I have with Donkey Kong would extend to basically any character in the Mario films, where it is hit the high points, hit what this character needs. Okay, good. Next one, please. Except for Cranky, there's actually a lot more issues here. Focus on those for a little while. Give it a second draft, please.
Yeah. No, I think like Super Mario Brothers movies has this problem, but as a Donkey Kong fan, I'm very happy for the most part with the Donkey Kong stuff in it and the Donkey Kong portrayal in it. And like, I left the theater and I was thinking, wow, that could have been a lot worse. Cool. I feel good. And I kind of strutted a little bit.
I left the theater with a pain in my arm because when Donkey Kong did the roll from Donkey Kong Country, I grabbed my friend's arm and I said, he did the roll. Look at how he did the roll. And then my friend punched me very hard because I was hurting his arm.
I was just thinking, holy shit, Swanky Kong got blowed up. That's cool. And then I played Take On Me by Aha.
Oh, my favorite Donkey Kong anthem. But
yeah.
Only that little bit that's in the movie. I have to cut it off before it gets to parts I'm unfamiliar with.
Honestly, though, it works better as a Donkey Kong song than some of the emo stuff he pan to in Donkey Konga 2.
Dude, this is the house we made a home. Got home up style. Ooh.
I've grown a lot as a person over the last several years. I have embraced things that I felt very bitter about in this fandom, in this hobby. Donkey Konga 2, I still have not come to terms with.
No, it's too funny, dude. Everyone needs that. Like, when Macho Man Randy Savage released his rap album, that's part of him. That's part of my soul.
No, I embrace it. I just question its very existence.
That's absolutely fine to do, but you've got to look at the pits of despair and laugh, or else the tears will come.
I do love panning to Losing My Religion by R.E.M. That is my favorite Donkey Kong moment of the mid-aughts. Anyway, thank you for the call. All right, let's play call number 3.
Hello, this is Becky Starr, and I'm calling in to say what I love about Donkey Kong is his strength. Now, strength in many ways. His physical strength, which allows him to do great things. Like crashing through everything in his path, and also his strength of heart, because he may have very simple wants and needs, but the strength of wanting to protect those that he's close to is what makes him a great character. And that's it. I really thought I would have more on this, but I can't think of anything else. So, thank you. Goodbye.
Oh, no, thank you for the call. You know, this is actually a really good point that I feel a little bit foolish for not realizing, that strength is far more than physical brutality. It's far more than how much you can flex your pectorals. It's what's inside of you. It's that internal fortitude. It's standing up for what's right. And yeah, Donkey Kong is defined by his strength. It's just not always through wrecking shit.
Yeah, definitely. We went through that earlier quote in the video where, you said there were edicts from Nintendo saying that he needs an ulterior motive. And while I think to an extent as an inspiration, that is true, I think to those that are around Donkey Kong for long enough that he bonds with, that he cares for, that ceases to be that much of an issue. You can even see it with characters like Poppy Kong and Grumpy Kong, who he basically befriends instantly the moment that they stop fighting him.
Yeah.
Like, he has no reason to tear things down, but he has the option to say to, like, Poppy, will you come with me? As opposed to bananas? And, like, just the fact that that exists, that you can get onto the Poppy Kong romance route that the game cowardly cut out.
There's still the potential for more DLC. I'm just saying, hold out hope, Poppy shippers.
Aw.
Because they're going to add Funky and Candy as a couple to the DLC, and Donkey Kong's going to be heartbroken until he takes a glance on the horizon, and there's Poppy. And it's going to be like Love Island, except with Donkey Kong characters.
That's so true.
Yeah.
It's going to be like a Survivor showmance that just happens over the course of it.
Yeah, over the course of like 1 year of DLC. Yeah, this is how they're going to extend Bananza until the next Donkey Kong game. But no, I think back to a moment actually from the retro games, and people kind of made fun of me when I said this back in 2014, but I still stand by it. I think much is to be said about Donkey Kong using Fredric's magic horn at the end of Tropical Freeze, because when Fredric blew in it, it brought about a perpetual winter, a perpetual ice and snowscape. It froze the island and it locked away the warmth and the life inherent in Donkey Kong Island. And when Donkey Kong blew in it, he brought about renewal. He brought about spring. The goodness of what was inside of his heart basically saved Donkey Kong Island and all of the life on it. And all he had to do was just be himself and blow into this magic horn. And I think that really suggests that even though Nintendo will sometimes say, no, he's got to be after bananas or something. I don't know. He's a little bit greedy. He's a little bit of a dunderhead. I still think you're right. Like, Bananza does give you dialogue options which go well beyond that. And you can interpret Donkey Kong to be this just very, very good-hearted big brother, surrogate father, mentor, caregiver a caregiver to everyone on their island. He might not have wanted that role, but he grew into it, and now he lives it.
Oh, most definitely. The fact that the Frederick's Magic Horn even has the capabilities to restore Donkey Kong Island in the first place is testament to that. It's not like Donkey Kong is like, oh, let me turn it to the reverse setting so that I unsnow it.
Suck
like we don't get
blow. Any Banjo-Tooie reference for you.
Oh no, I got it. He didn't go like Kazooie and go up to a WMD and went, I wonder what will happen.
What if we just did this backwards?
Yeah. Dude, Kazooie saying, I wonder if we'll hit something as the nuke is starting to fire is one of the craziest lines that I always go back to. But no, there is something inherent to Donkey Kong that he has grown from, and I think that we've seen that established very well. So absolutely, thank you for the call.
Yes, absolutely. All right, let's play our fourth caller.
Hi, this is Jennifer, also known as Snake Fighter 64. And as far as what makes Donkey Kong feel like Donkey Kong, I think the thing that is most important to me is characters. And I don't mean just that the French series should have a lot of characters. I mean that the interaction between characters was always what made the series unique from a gameplay perspective. You have Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong who have unique abilities, and you control them and switch between them at the same time. This setup would then be elaborated on further in Country 2 with how Diddy and Dixie interact with each other, and even more in Country 3 with how Dixie and Kitty interact. They kind of didn't quite get it right in Donkey Kong 64. One could argue that Banjo-Kazooie is actually a better Donkey Kong game in that regard, but it's still, a lot of playable characters. And then, even in the Return games, there's not as much interaction between characters, but it's still, your power-ups are characters. They didn't just give Donkey Kong a backpack that has jets on it, the jetpack. Even Bananza. Most of Donkey Kong's brand new abilities come from interacting with Pauline. So yeah, I think that's what makes Donkey Kong is the interaction between characters.
Well, yeah, thank you for the call. And yeah, I also agree that I think this is why Jungle Beat was such an outlier and felt so wrong to me as a fan back in the mid-aughts, even though I have warmed up to it quite a bit. I think that Donkey Kong is somebody who relies on the community, who is but one aspect, and he's very happy to just kind of recede in the background if the occasion calls for it. And you might say that's part of his oafishness, his laziness. But I love that this is a series where Donkey Kong doesn't have to be in the spotlight. It's been a while since we've had that, but all the same, you can just have Diddy Kong take the lead. Even when Rare was developing Donkey Kong games that ultimately didn't see the light of day back before the buyout, when they were devising all of these Donkey Kong side games, like Donkey Kong Racing, Donkey Kong Coconut Crackers, we had Diddy Kong Pilot, which always kind of speaks to their ethos and the way they viewed it, and the way I view the franchise, where this is a game where Diddy Kong was the lead character, but Donkey Kong was still playable. And I just love that they can just take turns. Hey, Diddy, this is your game, but I'm here. I'm here if you need me. And I think that is just very true to the character.
Definitely. I always did worry during those interim years where they were having Donkey Kong as a solo act in Mario spin-offs and Jungle Beat, and going well, Diddy struck out on his own in Diddy Kong Racing, and he did just fine. Oh no, is Diddy the Shawn Michaels and Donkey Kong the Jannetty? Oh no!
Wow, you're really going in on the wrestling references this episode.
Oh, you're one of 5 people I can talk to who will get it. So I need to relish every opportunity.
I'm a bit of a Renaissance man. I have a varied interest and taste. But yeah, I think that like Donkey and Diddy will always be a tandem. Hell, Jack Pacific just released a new commercial for their new Donkey Kong toys, and they made sure to have this very Sam Raimi-esque zoom in on the Diddy figurine, even though this is a commercial for the Donkey Kong minecart playset, and Diddy is not included as part of that, but they were like, let's get Diddy in there. And I just love that they're always going to be associated together, even in this era where Bananza's the big game and Diddy's role in it is not as Donkey's partner, but as kind of this, racing fetishist that you meet like 2/3 of the way through. But like Diddy and Donkey, they are, as John Lovitz would say, like, you know, first there was Donkey and Diddy, then Diddy and Dixie, Dixie and Kitty, Mario and Yoshi, which doesn't make any sense, but that's what John Lovitz believes, and that's what I will believe as well. And
well, yeah, but it's Baby Mario, actually.
They
eschewed the baby.
I guess, but even that would predate Dixie and Kitty. And Diddy and Dixie, for that matter. Anyways, but
hey, you get the point.
You get the point, yeah. Banjo Kazooie.
We did it. We landed the plane.
I guess we did.
I'm proud of us.
Very, very lazily landed the plane, a la a Diddy Kong pilot.
Perfect. Exactly as the slopped up Donkey Kong from the mid-aughts would have loved. But to that point, no, I think that we've gotten to the point where we're seeing Donkey Kong in that sort of supportive, almost bulwark role for those surrounding him. And it took us a while to get back there, essentially, from where he started, in essence. But now we're here in not just a pure gameplay application, but a characterization one that is further strengthened by that gameplay. And that's a thing of beauty. DK can work as a solo act, but he will always be better with someone there by his side.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, I love that aspect about the Donkey Kong series. I think that is partly why I'm a fan of the Donkey Kong series, is that just sense of community, that focus on characters as like complement to the gameplay and gameplay functions. Like, you don't need all these characters in there. It's so contrary to Nintendo's traditional design ethos, but it works for Donkey Kong because it's basically this community, this jungle, this islands, this archipelago coming together for the common good. And I think we need that now more than ever.
Yes.
All right, let's play our penultimate call. Call number 5.
Okay, funny jingle. Anyway, this is Charlotte. Maybe you've seen me around. And if I understand, the topic of today's episode is about Donkey Kong's various portrayals. I understand. I think I have like a 3-minute time limit. I'm going to try to make this quick. I think Donkey Kong's portrayals and how they vary are very interesting, because with every developer that gets their hands on Donkey Kong, they always portray him a little differently. I think Donkey Kong is surprisingly not a very concrete character in the eyes of the developers. And like, Nintendo views him as silly and crafty. Like, he does a lot of things for the sake of his own amusement. But the outlier there is Jungle Beat, where he's a big, huge maniac, and he beats the crap out of every single one of the animals around him. Apparently he does have to liberate a bunch of jungles, but it's not really clear in the original release. Rare always portrayed him as cool and laid back, and he's really just a guy in the Rare games. Like, he talks, he gets into arguments, he treats City like crap sometimes. It's really funny just seeing him be a guy, and it's also the same in the cartoon, but he's a lot nicer in the cartoon. Doesn't really have that sort of British edge, as I'm told. And then with Bananza, I think part of the reason why they wanted to redesign him was because that's where he's the most outwardly friendly and kind. Like, as I said, Whereas DK always had that little bit of him being a jerk. So it'd be hard to make his relationship with Pauline as endearing. I'm not saying they couldn't do it. It would just be harder, and I feel like the design was tailored to Bananza's story and encompassing all the characters DK has been. So I think I'm running out of time. This is my first time calling it.
Oh, well, you hit the 3-minute mark, but you did it. You got it all in. Bravo.
Very impressive.
Yeah,
I can't do that properly.
Yeah, not everybody can manage that their first time. I certainly wouldn't be able to, and this is my show. So thank you for the call. Yeah, like, I love the description of Rare's Donkey Kong being a guy, because that is kind of perfect. And that's what I love about him is, yeah, he's a gorilla and he does gorilla things, but also he's just a guy in the 90s. Like he watches NBC's must-see TV lineup at 8 p.m. on Thursdays.
I never forget the detail in the DKL manual that he's so upset that Cranky scheduled the rematch with K. Rool on the same day as the Banana Bowl.
The Banana Bowl. We don't even have any context for that. How have I never done a video about the Banana Bowl? Like, what sport even is that? That's a side game. That's a Donkey Kong side game waiting to happen. The Banana Bowl. God. All right. I'm getting excited now about the possibilities, but yeah, I think that I think we have laid out the trajectory how the guy from the 90s can be the same character as Bananza. And I think it all hangs together very well. And, you know, I remember, like, it's not that long ago. I say I remember like it was as long ago as some of these other games we're talking about. Bananza came out last year, Pierre, and it's redefined our fandom. It's redefined how we look at the character and just everything about this series. And it's really just instilled a shot of hope into the fandom again. It's like we're not running on fumes. We're a viable franchise again with a promising future. But the thing that won me over when they announced Bananza and we had that trepidation, oh, is this going to be Jungle Beat 2.0, in that it's going to be another stark reinvention of Donkey Kong because we're too afraid to just use the stuff that's already established in Donkey Kong. And, you know, that initial trailer was full of a lot of unfamiliar iconography, and then we started freeze framing and we're like, well, there's a Naughty there and there's ACM palm trees there. Okay, there's a little bit more than Jungle Beat had at first. And then we saw Cranky, and then we saw Cranky's dialogue where he's mentioning fighting Mario, and we're like, okay, all right, this is looking up. But then what really won me over and made me feel like everything was going to be okay, truly, just from a character standpoint, was watching the treehouse footage of Bananza when they were in Ingot Isle Cave-In. And it's when Donkey Kong first encounters Odd Rock. And we didn't know who Odd Rock was at the time, but it was Odd Rock being terrified of Donkey Kong, and then Donkey Kong soothing Odd Rock. Donkey Kong just stopping the bullshit. He sees how scared Odd Rock is, and he immediately just cuts the crap, and the caring parental figure in him comes out, and he whistles a comforting tune and extends his hand, and I went, it's Donkey Kong. Okay, yes. Whatever this game is, ultimately, I will not be put off by its portrayal of Donkey Kong. And I think that really just set me up, from that point on, to being open-minded about Bananza.
Yeah, when we're dealing with a legacy franchise and a legacy character, especially one that has been, passed around like a schoolyard ball like Donkey Kong has. There's always the expectation of, okay, what references are you bringing in? What elements of the character from this game or that game or whatever that you're bringing in? And most of these are like physical appearances. Yeah. Like as Donkey Kong fans, we're like, okay, is Diddy Kong here? Good, he should be. Okay, is K. Rool in it? Are you sure? Are you sure he's not? We can wait until the end of the game. Are you sure? Oh, okay. Okay. Wait. But it's those intangible elements, those feelings of like what Donkey Kong is, what this character is, those feelings that you didn't know that you needed to be brought out of you, that you can't give a name to, that you can't identify as iconography, but identify as the feeling that you had at this time when you felt this character, that are so much harder to bring out and so much more important that we strive for. And the fact that Bananza gets there is truly an incredible testament to all the consideration that was made toward Donkey Kong during its development.
It really does feel like the first game that tries to have it all, really, for the fans. And it lays out, like, making you love the character. And it's also, like, an introduction to Donkey Kong as well and his world, and it doesn't overwhelm at first. It's very much like when they brought back Doctor Who in the mid-aughts, where they really just stayed away from delving too much into the complicated lore and the long history of characters, and they slow walked the new audience into it. They made them fall in love with just the idea of Doctor Who, and then slowly reintroduced everything. And that's what Bananza does. It very much makes you fall in love with Donkey Kong first and foremost, and then slowly, as Donkey Kong gets deeper into the underground world, his history is kind of excavated and comes to the forefront until the very end, when you're just like drowning in the rotten banana goop of 40, almost 45 years of history.
Definitely. There's something very gentle about how, as Pauline as a character grows to trust Donkey Kong and learn more about him, the aspects of Donkey Kong's world make themselves more reticent and available to you as the player as you continue to progress through Bananza. And it's a level of understanding that's done subtly in a gameplay level. And that is wonderful. Bananza is so fascinating as Donkey Kong is not its main character. It's Pauline. Right. The focus of the game is on Pauline, but Donkey Kong is the vector by which we experience everything in it. He is our guide. He is our big buddy. And that is its strongest element outside of its finale, but I am slightly biased. That was my entire life for about 6 months.
Well, also, I would say that Pauline serves as the eyes of the audience. She is the audience surrogate, especially for those new fans, and she is discovering the world of Donkey Kong through her relationship with Donkey Kong. So you get to the point where it's like, here's Diddy and Dixie. Let's explain the history there. What's this about double dating with Candy Kong? Who's that? And it's just so deliberately done. And it never feels off-putting for a returning fan, for somebody who is well steeped in this bullshit. It feels almost validating from that perspective. But it's been so long since we've had that full celebration of everything, every facet of Donkey Kong, that it's just immensely exciting when Pauline discovers this for the first time, because it's the first time we're seeing this in ages. And so it just works both ways. It pleases everyone. And that's what's like truly remarkable about Bananza as a whole, but then just getting into the finer, granular details like Donkey Kong's portrayal, it works.
It's literally a game about building trust in Donkey Kong, narratively and meta-narratively. And that's really incredible.
It is. All right. One more call and then some comments. Let's play the call first and then read the comments. I think that's the fair order to go.
I think so.
I would say the number one thing that makes Donkey Kong feel like Donkey Kong is, of course, the roll jump. Like, when I played Bananza, or rather before I played Bananza, when like demo footage was coming out about it, I know for a lot of members of the community, the thing that reassured them that everything would be okay was when we started seeing Cranky and Diddy and Dixie and even Randy in the background of the footage. But, and not saying that that wasn't important to me too, because it was there. But when we finally started getting gameplay footage, and I saw the fact that you could still roll off of a ledge and then jump in midair, that was the exact moment that I was like, nah, they get it. We're going to be fine. So, what makes Donkey Kong feel like Donkey Kong? The ability to defy gravity.
Well, thank you for the call. I know that guy. That's Josh Wallen from Off of the Geek Critique. Hi, Josh.
Hi, Josh.
Yeah, I remember you saying this at the time, and it's funny because this was right around the time, I think that was maybe day 2 of the Treehouse footage, so day 3 of the Bananza hype cycle. I might be mistaken, maybe we saw the roll before then, but yeah, it was day 2, day 1 of the Treehouse footage where I was soothed with Odd Rock and Donkey Kong's way of like building trust with Odd Rock, and it was the roll jump for you, which views like how mechanically you view the series and how personal I view the series. Neither is wrong, neither is incorrect, but that is very amusing to me. I do agree with you, though. The roll jump is vital. That agility, that ability to defy gravity, despite Donkey Kong being a lumbering beast of a character, that is very, very important to just understanding how Donkey Kong feels in your fingertips.
Certainly, it's him exceeding the physical limitations of the character. If anything gets you to believe that Donkey Kong can do anything, it's that the laws of physics cannot contain him. It is the ability for you to have fun as Donkey Kong, as this character, supersedes what would be traditional logic. It's actually pretty fantastic. The defying of gravity is ultimately what any platforming character would want to do. You want to feel so superior to the ground below you that you are gliding through, that you are walking on air. Donkey Kong gives you the literal means to do that. And once we've attained that in Bananza, and the way that Bananza expands upon that in nearly infinite ways, in ways that hadn't been explored since the combo system of Jungle Beat, really, that makes it so beautiful, that solidifies that mechanical identity of Donkey Kong, that props all the character elements of him up and strengthens the belief that we have in him as a protagonist.
Absolutely. You know, I have dreams on a very regular basis where I can float. Not fly. Not fly, but I can just float above the ground ever so slightly. And in these dreams, this is perfectly natural. I just know how to do this because somehow nature is speaking to me and I'm just being free from my earthly confines, however small, however slight. I'm still doing it, and it just feels like, oh, finally, like, oh, I'm stretching a muscle I haven't stretched in a long time. And then I wake up, and I'm like, oh, yeah, it was a dream. I can't float, but it always feels like I should be able to. But that's what you get with Donkey Kong. He's so at one with the forest around him. He's so at one with the natural world that he's literally levitating a little bit on a cloud of invisible banergy. And I think that's just a beautiful thing that's been part of the series since 1994.
I'm glad that you have these beautiful metaphorical dreams, and meanwhile I'm here going, oh, I'm having a dream with a cute girl, and I start to talk to her, and then Shaggy from Scooby-Doo comes out of nowhere and steals her.
Oh, well, that's weird. I still have the dreams where I'm, like, not wearing pants in school.
Well, yeah, I get those too.
Yeah,
but like mostly it's the Shaggy dream over and over.
Well, yeah, I mean, Matthew Lillard, I mean, yeah, he's stolen many the love interests from me over the years.
Well, clearly, but that's different. It's like every version of Shaggy. It's the platonic ideal of Shaggy.
Look, you're not going to compete with that guy,
life.
all right? He's got a cool dog and a lot of weed that they can bum off of, so...
But it's every girl!
Well, maybe you need to stop trying to pick up stoners and start looking for somebody who might not be into that lifestyle.
I wasn't aware that his sexual appetite was equal to his appetite, okay? What hope do I have?
He likes sandwiches and he likes munching on some other stuff as well. All right.
That's so true, man.
Zoinks, I say as I climax our phone calls and move on to our comments from Blue Sky. All right, we got two this time around. We got one from TJ. I'll read this one. I'll have you read the second one, Pierre, because I am, like Donkey Kong, a little bit lazy. All right, this is from TJ. For me, I think DK's movement and maneuverability play huge parts in how he and his worlds should be depicted. Rare devs will tell you speed was a huge factor in how they designed the SNES or SNES trilogy. Retro Studios games clearly had fast movement in mind, and Bananza's reveal made sure to highlight how vertical climbing does nothing to slow DK down. Heck, even Jungle Beat's score system was shaped around how fast and quickly you could bounce between enemies. Most people who look at DK from afar, or even just see his stats in Mario sports games, think, strong? Oh, he must be slow then too. The great thing about DK is that he gets to be both. The slow walking movement and stiff jumping in DK64 is honestly a bigger sin than its collecting, if you ask me. Well, I did ask you, TJ, and you answered, and I think we're all just in agreement that, wow, Donkey Kong 64's portrayal of Donkey Kong not winning many people over, which is surprising to me, given how I lived through the eras, and I remember like DK64 was so many people's entry point into the series. You would think that would be the defining Donkey Kong for at least a sizable portion of the fandom. But at least on this episode, we're not running into that. I'm sorry.
It's amazing how much I think back to that specific model of DK and I smile, but it's only because of ancillary details, the DK rap, his voice lines, little moments of animation that I like. In actually playing him, I'm like, ooh, no thank you, actually.
I mean, I love that when he shoots you, it's gonna hurt. That's helpful knowledge to have in any situation. In an active shooter situation, I think back to the DK rap and I keep myself safe. I also
That's true of everyone, though. Everyone has a gun.
That is true, yeah. But also, coconut shells, pineapple smells. I mean, there's a lot to like about Donkey Kong in that game, except
one of those is not exclusive to Donkey Kong. In
Okay.
fact, he explicitly does not have the pineapple smell.
Okay, well, he's still in the smelly air that is tinged with a hint of pineapple. He's still there.
Okay, sure, if you're going through implications, are we power scaling fruit smells now?
Oh,
so
God,
being
no.
like, oh, well, transitively, Donkey Kong would have to deal with the pineapple smells. If we scale him to Chunky Kong stinky.
But in Jungle Beat, he bites into a big old pineapple, which must smell better than when he bites into the big old durian fruit.
That's not special. That's every fruit.
Yeah, I know, but Donkey Kong has probably been awash in more juices than any other Kong because of Jungle Beat. I'm just saying, he's got all the smells in his fur.
Well, I'm just saying that I think that Swanky has visited the Tip Top Suite more times in his life than Donkey Kong.
Well, that's good for Swanky, but that's more about stains than Look,
there's juices in the suite, is what I am saying.
I know, there's juices everywhere, but I'm just saying, pound for pound, fruit smells, fruit odors, I still think Donkey Kong would be the most pungent Kong because of Jungle Beat. And just because of Jungle Beat.
Okay, fine. Move the goalpost even further. See if I care.
He bites into the giant fruit at the end of every level, and
I know what he does in there, but you went from smells to fruit smells. You said all juices, and then we're like, no, just fruit juices, actually.
Yeah, I'm just limited to fruit juices, not the skeevy juices that Swanky is awash in.
I agree, Traveler. What is this?
Hi, Traveler. Yeah, we're talking about Donkey Kong on this episode of The Kongversation.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it was nice, and now we're talking about juices.
Yeah, and now we're gonna read the second comment from Blue Sky. Why don't you take this one, Pierre?
Excellent. This is from SACH. Hello, Hyle. Long time didn't send a message. Hello, Pierre. You may know me as Explosive Head from Zero's chat. Zero is a friend of mine who I've been forcing to play through all the DKC games and Bananza. And it's been nice to see someone's fresh interpretation of those characters from the start of the series to now.
You have to ask them what they think about the juices.
He's used to me bringing up the juices, don't worry. In regards to DK as a character, the Donkey Kong III, if we want to be specific, I do like him when he's more verbal, like in the rare DKC trilogy, or in Fortune Street for the Wii, the Dragon Quest and Mario crossover. Him having a bit of edge or attitude and being chill. I could blame the DKC cartoon, specifically the Mexican dub, for preferring him talking like a non-Tarzan or ape-like speech. Meanwhile, in his depiction, I do like him being a hero, but with a bit of a jackass. Act kind of first person, not goody two-shoes like certain others. Have a good evening and salutes from South America.
Well, thank you for the comment. SACH.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I think that Donkey Kong having a bit of an edge and not being a goody two-shoes corporate mascot like, I don't know, Mario. I've always likened their relationship to being Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck. Mario is very much the Mickey Mouse. Donkey Kong is the Donald Duck. He's got a bit of an edge to him at times. He's not so goody two-shoes, but ultimately, you know, he'll do the right thing, especially when his relatives or his proteges come into play. And then you can also build a wide, expansive shared universe unto himself, as you can with Donald Duck, as you can with the Duck universe in Disney. Is Banjo-Kazooie Darkwing Duck in this analogy? Sure, I don't care.
That's great, and much like the Duck universe, it has greatly superseded the original universe that came from it. Banjo can be like Goof Troop. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's good. The 90s kids will love that. They love a Goofy movie.
Oh, yeah. I actually don't. I've never seen it.
It's pretty good. It's like, I would say it's worth like 1.5 Shreks.
Oh, I've never seen. Anyway. I promise I will watch Shrek one of these days. If our YouTube channel gets to 10,000 subscribers, I will watch Shrek.
That is a promise, and that's just something I want to reinforce to everyone out there. But
I'll do an audio commentary on Shrek, even.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Everyone will love that. But in any case, even in Donkey Kong's most goody two-shoes quote-unquote appearance, which I would say would be Bananza, I do appreciate him having the opportunity to, if you don't entirely believe in Donkey Kong sort of having this altruistic change of heart, you can make him tunnel-visioned on bananas to an almost comedic degree.
To the point where he's not even really focusing on this little girl he's been entrusted with. He's just basically ignoring her.
And she's like, oh my gosh, you're so inspiring. What an incredible ape that you are. You're my role model. And Donkey Kong is just like, this talking banana on my shoulder is weird.
Well, at least he doesn't peel her alive.
Oh, Well, that's because she talks to him in his sleep and is like, don't peel me alive. And Donkey Kong goes, oh, I better not peel her alive, or Shaggy from Scooby-Doo will steal my bananas.
Donkey Kong really is susceptible to subliminal messaging, isn't he?
Oh, yes, no, Donkey Kong Subconscious is a terrible warfield, of which there are no survivors. But yeah, ultimately, I appreciate the ability to lean into Donkey Kong's more selfish aspects, whether they be played entirely for comedy or not. I feel like, from everything I've seen from Bananza playthroughs, the general gist of it is that people at the start of the game will, whenever the bananas option appears, they will pick bananas because that's just inherently really funny, and they like role-playing as the funny ape who loves the bananas and has the one-track mind. But as the game goes on, you see more and more of those players start to focus more on getting back to the surface and fulfilling Pauline's dream as well. And it plays into the finale very well. So, and I think that's a really healthy place for the Donkey Kong character to be at.
Absolutely. Yeah. I was going to wrap this episode up with like, is there room for everyone's interpretation of Donkey Kong? Can it all hang together? But I think we've already answered that. Bananza settles it. Like, you can quibble with that, but I think the large impression for the majority of the fan base is that Bananza has, pun intended, harmonized the character and all of the disparate interpretations of him since 1994. And instead, I'll close on this, and you can chime in here too, Pierre, if you want, but I've talked a lot about how Diddy Kong was my guy growing up. Like, Diddy Kong was my analog in the games. He was kind of my XP, my simian XP in the Donkey Kong Country series onward, because we were the same age. We were kind of like anxious millennials, and that's all well and good, and that still holds true. I mean, Diddy will always be my favorite character. I always view Donkey Kong as kind of, not boring, but the most boringest of all of the Kongs. And, like you said, vanilla ice cream, right?
Yeah, it's picking Mario and Mario Kart. Why?
Like, yeah, if it's between eating a big scoop of Donkey Kong, 2 scoops of Donkey Kong, am I right? Or Mario, I'm gonna go for the Donkey Kong, because at least his brand of vanilla is like vanilla bean. It's got a little bit of a tang to it. But yeah, like compared to the other Kongs, he's just not as relatable to me and where I was in my life at the time. Donkey Kong Bananza is the first time that I'm playing a Donkey Kong game and I am understanding Donkey Kong, and for the, like, a real shocking twist, I'm seeing myself in Donkey Kong, because in my circle, in the circle of DK Vine, my job, my international friends group, I am generally the oldest one. I am the big brother to everyone. And I have kind of taken on that role of mentor, of emotional support gorilla, if you will. And I also try to encourage others. I didn't really notice this about myself, but I'm always encouraging people to pursue their passions, pursue their creative interests, be the best version of themselves, self-actualize. And also, like Donkey Kong, I'm bipolar. I go through swings. I'm manic. I can be just bouncing off the walls 1 minute, and then the next day, I just want to stay in bed, and I am just kind of shut off, and the world might as well not exist. And so, yeah, as I've gotten older, I realize I am becoming more Donkey Kong than Diddy Kong. And for the first time, finishing a Donkey Kong game, playing it for 335 hours, I can actually relate the most with the character of Donkey Kong. That is huge for me.
Oh, wholeheartedly. It is an incredible thing. And beautiful, even in how it works, in how through the first Donkey Kong Country, Diddy Kong's aspiration is to be like Donkey Kong. And of course, he achieves it in his own way, in his own path. But now you see yourself fulfilling the Donkey Kong role as Diddy aspired to, as you eventually aspired to, and as Donkey Kong has been as an idea, but now has finally found himself. I've lived in fandom spaces, in creative spaces, in fan fiction based spaces for a long time. And this is the first point with the Donkey Kong character that I can see all people's interpretations coalescing, and you can lean into whatever aspects of the Bananza DK you want, more or less, if you prefer him to have that manic energy of the Jungle Beat, if you prefer him to be the dude who would show up at the sports bar from the Rare games, if you would prefer even for him to just be an embodiment of strength, a primordial force that cannot be trifled with in any particular way. You can lean into all of those, but we've managed to coalesce them into this whole character that I have spent my entire life thinking of and modeling ideas and parts of my life after, and thinking of major milestones in my life defined by this character and my relationship to him, and being able to feel that, yeah, his relationship to me, his relationship to others is the most important part of that character, and seeing that thrust into the forefront, it makes him and ultimately the DKU one of a kind. He is that symbol and figurehead that Cranky Kong intended him to be, but he is no longer just that. He is wholeheartedly himself, and what Donkey Kong in totality has become to embody as a funny monkey who loves bananas.
I also don't want to brag, but another aspect I share with Donkey Kong, I have a great ass.
This has been a File 2 production.
Qué rico.